sports throughout the country, netball, football, and you can go through the whole athletics. West Terrace Tigers, then there's also the Wesley Hall, who've done exceptionally well, especially in this the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown, Herman Griffith under 13 finals, and once again they are here and have produced many a player that have gone on to represent the Barbados side and the West Indies.
A slight appeal there. Captain Ronnie Watson for West Terrace now on strike. This time it's called a wide down the leg side.
It is early days yet in this tournament and yet in this final, and this has been a norm with the youngsters there in expressing their attitudes and their abilities. They straight the ball around, but you even see it happen at the international level, and it's a learning phase. So one has to be a little bit patient with these youngsters as they try to get their radar right and get it lined up. It's always a tedious task, but one I'm sure it's a learning phase for them. So early days yet. West Terrace batting first for without loss.
Probably should be another wide, but both teams coming into this one undefeated. And what it tells you is that somebody will get their first loss of the tournament by the end of today. Both of the better sides who've played in this year's Herman Griffith tournament. The end of the first over, it's 5 without loss.
Yes, a good start to the final, and extras being the main contributor to this innings, and it is 9 without loss at the end of over number 1. And extras, as I said, a healthy contribution in the first over, sent number is Samuel Harry. And just to go through the West Terrace side, Neymar Ford, there is now Ronnie Watson, and those are the opening pairs. There is Trishane Rogers, Ryan Martindale, Jezario Adamson, Amar Watts, Alex Jones Eiffel, Neil Brown, Killian Corbin, Zayden Harry, Pierce, I spell that's Pearson, and Noah Bly.
A quick single scampered. And the left-handed McConney now into the attack now for Wesley Hall.
And he's coming from the southern end of the ground. And yes, 1 run attained to take the total up to 10 in the process of over number 2. And the third umpire is umpire Stephen Payne. And we saw the players being introduced to the dignitaries of this finals.
We'll look to the umpire to see whether or not he calls a wide.
And he does. Umpire Antonio Dixie Mears. And the keeper maybe is a little too far back for this left arm pacer and also Harry. And the balls were dying on him. And he hasn't glubbed them as much as we want him to. But it's early days.
It's lashed away. This could be maybe the first boundary of the day. It is a great shot by the left-handed Ford. His supporters will enjoy that one.
Yeah, Cristiano McConney testing the wicket. Short delivery. But there is the young batsman Ford in full control. He's left-handed and swinging it over mid-wicket for Ford. The first boundary. And the West Terrace side continue to motor on.
This pair have run quite well since starting this game, of course. Played quite a number of games across this tournament, so obviously know each other quite well.
And a good sharp single day as well. It was a matter of just hitting the ball, and I don't think that they called. They just have this understanding. He looked up, he was off, and his partner at the other end just took off as well. So they have a good understanding thus far. And the West Terrace side having won the toss in good cricketing conditions of this, the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown. Herman Griffith under 13 final being played at Friendship, Yorkshire to be exact. And they're going nicely along. We make it just about 13. We'll make the adjustment to the total for you momentarily, so just bear with us.
Both sides must be filled with pride having made it this far in the competition. Think back to the smiles that both captains had at the toss. Yeah, that should be called a wide as well. Don't forget, not bowling over the wides until the final overs of this contest.
So the second over out of the way, and West Terrace having batted first, being asked to bat first, and they are hovering at maybe just around 15 or more of that. Just I'm gonna get that rectified for you momentarily. Don. Don't worry. No, I should have to turn my lead.
Do you see Harry bowling? She going on?
Yeah, that's Harry. That's Harry.
The captain Harry to continue, and we're just struggling a bit with the breeze that we have here at Friendship. A strong breeze blowing from left to right across your screen, indicated by that banner, that BCA banner in the background. A couple more banners as well fluttering.
You want this screen to me?
No, leave it.
Yeah, need that one.
A quick single between these pairs. You mentioned not even hearing the call of yes, but just knowing that, hey, we need to run here.
Yeah, good understanding, and take the single to the fielder at that point, who fumbled the ball a little bit. He had it on his control, but in his anxiety to throw the ball escaped his grasp, and the total is up to 23 without loss in the process of over number 5 with a Ford moving to 8, and Watson, who's yet to score. Watson yet to get off the mark, but he looks fairly elegant in driving that ball to cover. Let me take you around the field. There's a backward point to the cover, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, a short mid wicket, and the field at square leg, and there's a fine leg in position as well. And another wide into the books, and the wide are quite a few extras now. Moving along, the total up to 25 without loss in over number 5. Being bowled by Harry.
Just looking towards the boundaries, and I can see all the coaching staff just walking around offering advice, and especially at this level, that will be crucial for these young boys to have a solid voice in their ears. Captain to continue. Good delivery, but a good shot to back it up as well. Gets the captain, Ronnie Watson. It's a comfortable single down towards that mid-on position.
That's his first run, and they move up to 26 without loss in over number 5. As a matter of fact, over number 5. And the umpire is just switching around for the left and right hander as Ford comes back in the straight. He has 8. And the extra is a major contributor to this tournament. And no different in the final thus far. It's a little humid, a little hot on the outside, but good conditions, Joel.
Yeah, you would almost say perfect conditions for cricket. You would turn up here with a big smile on your face. Could be a chance. Oh, they get home. Thinking of 2. And they might get it now because of a bit of a fumble in the outfield. Yeah, it won't be too hard on these young lads. Probably can expect 1 or 2 of those as we go throughout this day.
So as over number 6 comes to number 5 comes to a conclusion, 28 without loss, and of course this is live coverage again, another first drill for the Barbados Cricket Association, streaming the National Sports Council, City of Bridgetown, Herman under 13 finals, and what a wonderful job the BCA continues to do in the marketing and promotion of cricket.
Yeah, quite a wonderful job indeed, because you want that visual factor. When I think about the parents who probably wanted to be here but couldn't, so they're locked on at home on CBCR to the YouTube stream. Oh, lovely shot. And they get another single. When I think about the grannies that want to be here but probably can't bear the sun, so they're at home screaming for their little lad at home on the couch with a glass of water next to them. No, this is honestly amazing, and this is what you want to have. You want to have that visibility. You want that these youngsters can go home and take home, a little highlight or 2 and show their friends on social media, hey, this is what I did. Even if I just got 1 run, here's that 1 run that I got.
So 29 without loss. This is over number 6 in progress. And we have a bowling change. Roll. So Jaden Roll. So 1 left armor replaces another left armor. Jaden Roll into the attack.
It's nice to see 2 left arm seamers in a team. We think about the cricket that we would love to see at the higher levels. It tells us that we have some young guys that we can start to work with. Yeah, always nice to see in that final that we did a couple days ago, that under 90 final with the leg spinners and left arm spinners as well, because we're looking for quality spinners also as we go up through the levels of our cricket. So we're seeing the spinners developing, we're seeing some left arm seamers as well, and you have to say the future is looking bright for cricket right here in Barbados.
Most definitely, and these youngsters always need that exposure. So another single attained, run number 32, and over number 6, 32 without loss, with Ford on 10, Watson on 2.
How much you got for 4?
Smitty! Smith! You should invest in some walkie-talkies. I got walkie-talkies.
So 11 and 2, Watson on 2.
Don't worry. I realize if
Another misfield means that they can come back for 2 and maybe get a boundary as well. That's a boundary for the captain, his first of the morning.
So with that boundary, Watson is up to 6, and the West Terrace side progressing nicely to 36 without loss. 36 without loss in over number 6, and not what we want to see where fielding is concerned. He did go down halfway down, but you have to be completely down, and the ball going right through him and into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, you think about what the coach tells you when it comes to fielding. The first thing is get the body behind the ball, get that long barrier going, get that knee down, get something to stop it from passing you.
Call it second line of defense.
Maybe there's a coach out there yelling from the sidelines, get that knee down, get something on the ground to get something behind it. Yeah, you definitely can tell yourself that a lot of instructions will be yelled across this field here today.
I think my issue with this accomplishing over the years has been the instructions that go to the various players. Because here's the problem where you listen to the coach, but then it's also your parents who are heckling you from the boundary, and it's a little confusing for the kids.
Oh, brilliant ball there by Captain Harry. Good areas from him, good line, good length. Started the over well. Let's see if we can start to pull together a couple more deliveries like that. Don't forget, it's 25 overs aside, 5 overs per bowler.
And 36 on the board, Ford on 11. With him is Watson, who has 6. And we see the crowd continue to trickle in.
Just a look at the spectators on hand. Quite a few parents, quite a few teachers, quite a few well-wishers for both teams, quite a few banners as well. But Lyndon, what I loved at the toss, there were 2 guys in blazers.
Oh, it looked fantastic. It looked very, very international, representing the blazers of the respective schools.
Oh, this too could be another boundary. Brilliant use in terms of opening the face of the bat on that one from Ford.
And what he did is that he got a delivery wide of the off stump, and he's allowed to use the pace of the ball and hit it down behind square for 4. So with that 4, Ford is up to 15 and 40 without loss, and we're in the 7th over. Correction, the 5th over.
So 40 without loss here after 4.3 overs. Ford on 15 and the captain Watson on 6.
These two have had some good scores in the tournament so far. Ford with a 67 versus Good Shepherd. And he has a good bowling performance of 8 for 9 versus Hillary Turner's Hall. And if you look at Ronnie Watson, he has a season best highest of 91 versus Hillary Turner's Hall. So together, they basically defeated, single-handedly defeated the Hillary Turner's Hall side.
Slapped away. Oh, this is beautiful from Ford. This is the form that we've seen from him all tournament long.
And with that 4, he's up to 1944 without loss in over number 5. And the Ford, who also Watson, who also deputized as a keeper, and so far in the tournament has 7 dismissals, 9 dismissals, 7 catches, and 2 stumpings. So this pair doing exceptionally well. Ford himself has 17 wickets in the tournament, so nice little all-rounder in the making. Watson so far for the tournament 160 runs, Ford 193 runs. So I think this will be the pair that we want to get to dislodge.
Yeah, this pair could do quite a bit of damage for West Terrace. We're at the end of 5 overs. It's 45 without loss.
So both teams being sponsored. Williams Industry, sponsors of Williams Industry. West Terrace. And Amazing Deals. Wesley Hall. And sponsorship jewel is very, very important for any sporting organization, especially for its development.
Yeah, when I think about gear, when I think about even something like simple as drinks, you know, for these lads, definitely plays a major role in their development, in their comfort as well. And certainly thank you to all of the sponsors who played a part in this year's tournament. Of course, thank you to COB Credit Union for being the title sponsor of this year's Herman Griffith. But yeah, to everybody who has opened their wallets, as you would say, you know, and contributed to the development of cricket, definitely want to say thank you to those parents as well, because parents are sponsors. I tell you that. They are big sponsors when it comes to children's sports.
And big supporters as well. They do a lot behind the scenes, not seen to the naked eye, but behind the scenes they contribute tremendously.
Clipped away nicely. Should be stopped. It is. If they can just work on their fielding as they go about today, apply a little more pressure to West Terrace, who've gotten off to a flying start because of this left-hand, right-hand combination.
And we do know that the left hand right hand combination creates a lot of problems for players at the higher level. So imagine at this level what it would. But in saying that, you also have to be mindful that to these youngsters, they just want to play the game and express themselves. So it really doesn't make a difference to them at this stage. 47 without loss.
Yeah, all out there just to do their best, just to make themselves, their parents, and everybody at school proud. Oh, brilliant on the boundary. That's the type of commitment we love to see.
But a little late because they did go over the rope. And 50s come up for the West Terrace side. 50 off 33 deliveries. And we've had 3 fours in that 50. With Ford contributing 25 and Watson. He's made 7 of those 50 runs. Of course, the extras are a healthy bit. Some 19 thus far. So probably running a race with Ford at the moment, extras.
And when you think about the Herman Griffith competition, extras do play a big hand. And then I think back to when I was a lad, maybe just about 2 years or so ago, and I was playing a Herman Griffith game, and team got bowled up for 50, and 47 were extras.
I thought you meant 2 years ago you were playing Herman Griffith, Joel.
That's exactly what I meant. A loud appeal, but probably just sliding down the leg side on that angle. Umpire says not out.
Umpire Antonio Mears, former all-rounder this side. As a matter of fact, both umpires former all-rounders. We can see more bowling all-rounder than a batting all-rounder. Antonio Dixon Mears will qualify as a batting and a bowling all-rounder, having represented Barbados.
Last ball of the 6th over. As a swing outside the off stump, misses it. The end of 6. It's 51 without loss.
And an extravagant drive there. Oh, attempt to flash it through the offside by Ford. First time he's thrown himself after that delivery. And 25 he has against his name. Watson looks really, really good for the right-hander. He's on 7 and 51 without loss after some 6 overs. And West Terrace winning the toss and opting the bat first in good cricketing conditions. And we have a nice crowd on hand. I'm sure that the crowd will continue to come in as the afternoon of the days progress and support the youngsters in this the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union Limited Herman Griffith under 13 finals.
So Harper into the attack now. Lashed away. A full toss. A no ball for height as well. So add 5 runs to the total.
So, and you make it 6 runs for the total, 2 for the extras, and a high full toss being sent down by the spinner. And that takes the total to 57 for the loss of no wicket.
Yeah, just to remind everybody at home now, no balls count as 2, and wides count as 2, and will not be bowled over until we get to the last 2 overs. A much better delivery from Harper. Just wonder now if spin might pose a problem or two. They're looking for a breakthrough here, Wesley Hall.
57 on the board for 25. 11 is Watson. They'll be thrown up in the air. A little whitish outside of the awesome, and Watson is not interested. He has 11 against his name. Ford was looked good and has been more aggressive with the 2. He has 25 from 20 deliveries.
If you take away that first no ball, since then it's been quiet from Harper. He's really looked the part out there, Ronnie Watson, and so has Neymar Ford.
I like the understanding of their running between the wicket, because it seems as though as soon as the ball hit the bat, they're prepared to run. And I think at this stage they're catching the Wesley Hall side quite on the back foot, where the players are not really attacking the ball. They're waiting for the ball to come to them, so they're getting some singles quite easily that they could apply some pressure simply by just walking in, so to speak. But it's just young cricket, and it's more about development and expressing themselves.
Good work to prevent the single. Yeah, it's really about fun out there in the sun. The end of 7. It's 58 without loss.
And indeed, the presentation of the playing area really looks resplendent with all of the branding, all the paraphernalia, the flags of the respective sponsors. Of course, is the Barbers Cricket Association flag, the COB flag, and then there's Williams Industry. Their tent is very much out there. COB, HMB, Hardware, as part of these sponsors as well. So it's really looks explicitly well prepared and well presented. Of course, if you look out on the outfield, there is the COB abbreviations in painted onto the ground, as well as the NSC representing National Sports Councils, the main arm and producer of this wonderful tournament continuously over the years.
The new bowler, Josiah Almond Smith, goes short and rattles the helmet. Gonna have to do a bit of a check here to make sure that he's all good.
.58, so a good start, and they would need to separate this partnership. Just go through some of the other useful performers. The umpires now having a little chat with the two batsmen, and all is resolved.
Quite an elegant shot by him, and he gets 2 because just another fumble in that outfield.
I'm going to give you a bet, Joel. I'm going to bet you that Watson is in some sort of cricket program. I'll tell you why I say that. Noticeably, when he's running, he transfers the bat from one hand to the next hand to make sure that he's always facing the ball. And that is something that you would normally see at this level if you're just playing cricket within the school of setup.
There's someone teaching him the right things from early. Another misfield produces another boundary for West Terrace, another boundary for the captain, Watson.
And we must say that the feeling from the Wesley Hall side will need to step up, because they've conceded some boundaries because of the fielders not getting their bodies behind the ball and not going out in the approved fashion. And hence, apart from leaking the extras, which are 21, and the total on 64, they will need to at least support the bowlers in terms of stopping those boundaries.
Oh, he's just looking to steal one there.
Bowler just giving a fair warning. When just asking him not to walk too far past your crease before he deliver the delivery.
It's just so interesting how we've seen that slowly creeping to the cricket. The youngsters are watching TV. Whipped away. Brilliant. That is what we want to see in the outfield. Yeah, deserving of a couple claps as well. Got the body behind it.
Yes, the support from his team, got his body behind it and stopped it. And the West Terrace side moving it to 65 for loss of 1. And we are in over number 8. And interesting that a spectator walked across the sight screen just now and the youngster stopped. So he's definitely watching the cricket at the higher level. Of course, coverage on www.barbadoescricketassociation.org and on CBC TV 8.
Could be a couple runs. Could be 4. It is 4. And 4 wides at that. So add 6 to the tally.
Ill-directed, looking to hit the ball into the wicket. Outside line of the leg stump, and Ford trying to get back onto it, didn't get any contact, and the keeper having a horrible time behind the stumps, unable to get around and concedes the boundary. So they now move the third man and put in what you call a long stopper, because he's basically right behind the bowler, right behind the keeper, and 71 without loss in over number 8.
A little elegance. Just turning it off the hips. Brings us to the end of 8 overs. After 8, it's 72 without loss.
Yes, and a good start for the West Terrace side. Once again, the umpires are just going to have a word with the 2 batsmen. I think it will more have to do with their running between the wicket, running in the middle of the wicket. Not so sure if they're wearing brads. This beautifully prepared script by Anthony Dumbo Young. And after 8 overs, 72 without loss. So the foundation is well set. I could give you some scores throughout the tournament. Shamar Level, with bowling figures of 6 for 22. Of course, he's from St. Stephen's Primary, and he got those 6 for 22 versus Eden Lodge. These are good performances with the ball. Jarius Graham, St. Albans, got 5 for 27, including a beaver trick against Good Shepherd. So congratulations to Jarius Graham on taking that beaver trick. Zanaya Bruce for Eden Lodge scored 31 versus Wesley Hall. He got 52 not out versus St. Jude's, and he took 6 for 4, including a beaver trick against St. Jude's Primary. So remember that name, Zanaya Bruce of Eden Lodge, with some wonderful performance. He also got 40 not out versus Grisette's Primary. He has 133 runs in the tournament, 13 wickets in 5 matches. What a wonderful season he had. As there's a delivery down the leg side, pulled away down to fine leg, and a boundary signaled by umpire Winston Seal. So Ford marching on. He's up to 30, 76 without loss in over number 9.
Set for what could be a very imposing total here in the COB Credit Union Limited Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Final 2024.
Actually bowling leg spin. Very difficult art to bowl or to master. It's good to see that the future is looking good. Samuel Harry, and having opened the bowling, 18 wickets in the tournament for Wesley Hall. Leading wicket taker, 4 for 14 versus St. Jude's. DeMarco Gittins for Wesley Hall struck 35 versus St. Jude's. Jaden Rowe, who we've last seen in Juice from the southern end, has figures of 5 for 21 versus Good Shepherd in the quarterfinal for Wesley Hall. So Wesley Hall bowlers haven't done badly, and it's just up to this point that they have looked fairly ordinary in the final. Ronnie Watson said for West Terrace, 91, a highest score for him versus Hillary Turner's Hall. And doubling up as keeper, he has some 9 dismissals, 7 catches and 2 stumpings. Neymar Ford, 67 versus Good Shepherd. Bowling performance of 8 for 9 versus Hillary Turner's Hall. Joel, have you ever picked up 8 wickets in 2 innings?
Yes, when I'm playing on my PlayStation at home. I do it quite well, in fact.
That's why I wait for 2 innings and not 1 innings. Good answer. Wasn't anticipating that. You got me back there. 78 without loss, and we are halfway through over number 9. Continue these wonderful performances. Adoni Graves, a Good Shepherd, scored 68 versus St. Albans Primary, 45 versus Hillary Turner's Hall, and he's the leading run scorer in sixes. He has 6 for 6 in the tournament, and this is right. Also the leading run scorer in the tournament, 6 for 6.
Whipped over mid-wicket. Whipped into the boundary. This is brilliant. This is beautiful.
And Ford with that. Sorry, Watson with that 4 moves to 24. Haven't faced some 18 deliveries. Really, really, truly like how the young man looks. Very composed, very cool, very calm. And West Terrace motoring on. 85 without loss. 1 delivery shy of the completion of over number 9. Jasper King of St. Gabriel's dropped 97. I think that's 97 versus George Lemon. He also got 57 versus Wills Primary.
Was that an edge? The reactions of bowler and keeper give the impression that that could have been a drop chance. The captain Watson, he's been dropped. The end of 9 overs, 86 without loss.
He has 25 against his name, Watson. And Ford on 31. Oliver King of St. Gabriel's got 10 wickets in the tournament, plus 58 not out versus Wesley Hall in the semi-finals. So 10 wickets in the tournament. And 58 not out versus Wesley Hall in the semi-finals. You can look at some leading bowlers. Samuel Harry, 18 wickets for Wesley Hall. Neymar Ford, 17 wickets for West Terrace. We're going to see how these two match up. Batters, Jasper King, 22 runs. St. Gabriel's, we're going to have a bowling change at the highway end, or the southern end. It's going to be young Linton, Kimari Linton into the attack. We see whether he bowls leg or off spin. As I said, Neymar Ford, 193 runs. Ronnie Watson, 160 runs. Zanaya Bruce, and that's a female. She's a female. 110 runs, 10 wickets for Eden Lodge. Zanaya Bruce. And good to see even the young ladies are playing their roles in this cricket. Nice individual score, 97 for the tournament. Jasper King and Ronnie Watson got 91, and the best bowling figures of 8 for 9 to Neymar Ford for West Terrace.
Well, more spin here from Wesley Hall. The leg spinner into the attack.
Nice action right away, and a good flight. Give you the road to the final for West Terrace, or for Wesley Hall started first. They defeated Grisettes. They also defeated Westbury, St. Stephen's Primary, St. Jude's.
Oh, good flight and good bounce as well. It's a good start to this leg spinner.
Not easy for the leg spinners to come and put it down right away. So it was also a good start. 26 is Watson. 31 is Ford, who slowed down appreciably. Wesley Hall defeated Eden Lodge, Westbury Primary, and Good Shepherd in the quarterfinals. And they had a victory over St. Gabriel's in the semi-finals. And on the opposite side, West Terrace started with a victory over Welch's Primary. They then went on to defeat Gordon Greenwich Primary, St. Albans Primary, Hillary Turner's Hall Primary, Good Shepherd Primary, and then their final 2 victories. They defeated Bailey's, one of the former big names in this tournament, in the quarterfinals, and then they took out St. Cyprian's boys to get here in this final.
This one turned into the leg side. And this pair are really piling on the pressure for West Terrace. It's now 89 without loss. And when you think about a start to the final, there's only one word that comes to mind, and that is perfect.
Oh, perfect. Utilizing the conditions. Good batting strip being presented. And these two look very, very entrenched. No trouble whatsoever. Young Watson did have a life when put down by the keeper. Situation that the keeper's not moving, and another flaw that I would see with the keeper not identifying this flaw but area that could work on is that he just goes down with his hands on his knees. You know, things change over the years. Now he goes down the approved fashion, but for the fast bowlers he normally goes down with his hands on his knees, but it's gotten it the approved fashion.
Ford has been the aggressor in this partnership with 33 of 26 balls. If there's a man that you want to get, it's him. But at this stage, they'll take either just to break this partnership, get somebody new at the crease.
Just to give you some bowling figures. Harry sent on 3 overs, no middles, none for 26. McConney 1 over for 11. Roll. 2 overs for 14 runs.
Simply sublime from the captain, Watson.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. Ill directed the leg break, pitching outside line of leg stump. He turned inside his wicket very quickly, picked it good, and pulled it down behind square, down into the boundary for 4. So with that 4, he's up to 31. Over number 10 comes up the halfway stage, and West Terrace have won the toss, 94 without loss. Just to continue his bowling figures before you have a double change. Harper, 2 overs of his done for 21, and Allman Smith, he sent a 1 over for 14 runs. We just saw Linton in that, and extras 30. And 28 wides and 2 no balls, 94 without loss. West Terrace will win the toss and batting. Andrew Mason is going to replace Joel Manning, and Donovan Lovell is going to take the hot seat here. More for you. Good morning to you, Andrew.
Good morning. Nice to see you. Lovely conditions prevailing at Friendship. Big crowd gathered. And what a start. Ford looking very solid on 33. Watson on 31. And 10 overs. 94 without loss in any cricket. You would think that's a very good beginning by the team batting. Donovan Lovell, who is very much a part of the National Sports Council as a coach. He knows these players very, very well. Good morning, Don. Nice to see you.
Good morning to you, and indeed good morning to all of our viewers. And yes, Andrew, it's indeed a pleasure to see you as well. It's always a pleasure to share the commentary with you. And when I make this statement, I don't know how many people agree or how they react, but I think you are simply the best.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Now let's do an assessment here. First of all, the pitchers played well. Good crowd gathered, of course, you know, with children, the parents, the grandparents, the aunts, the uncles, everyone will come out. We've got a wonderful crowd here. And the start has been a good one.
Certainly wonderful indeed in terms of the layout of the ground. And when you walk into this venue, you would wonder if you were watching an international match somewhere in Australia or New Zealand. But indeed, a magnificent job done by the powers that be. The National Sports Council, in conjunction obviously with the City of Bridgetown Credit Union and the Barbados Cricket Association. You rightfully said the crowd is a very big one and growing all the time, and a wonderful start by the West Terrace side, the Williams Industry West Terrace team, 94 without loss, with Ford on 33 and Watson on 31, and these two will have been the main scorers for the West Terrace side throughout the tournament, and really getting some good scores. And Watson, I think he is behind in terms of the runs, behind St. Gabriel's Jasper King, who is 202 runs to date, and Watson coming in to this finals with 196 runs. So indeed he's been doing very well for his side. Also, Neymar Ford, who is a very talented left hand. He bowls left hand unorthodox and really bats well. And so far, he's been doing pretty well in terms of the wickets as well. Best figures of 8 wickets for 9 runs to date. And I would double check to see who that was against, but I can remember from the top of my head, he really is having a very good season for the West Terrace side.
Yeah, indeed. West Terrace batting very well. Like the looks of young Watson and of course Ford. Conditions very good for batting, and they will want to kick on from here and try to get a score that is a match-winning one as we speak to you. It's just beginning to rain now after all the sunshine we've had. That's the sprinkling of rain here at the Friendship Ground. We're just about to resume the action. Harper's the bowler. You're intimately involved in this, Don. The standard has been good.
Very good in terms of improvement. We've really seen some good players coming through, both batters and bowlers and keepers as well. I'll give you a few names as we go on.
Chance for a catch. No. Just in front of the fielder. coming in from that square leg area. It was in there for a long time. But this is a good effort on the part of the batting side. West Terrace, they go to 95 without loss. So Ronnie Watson is the batsman. So that's R-O-N-I. Of course, that's a good old name to have. An old-time name like Andrew. Nowadays, our youngsters with some very, very interesting Christian names. A lot of support for both schools, as you would expect. And these two have done very well, coming through the competition unbeaten, hence they're in the finals.
Yeah, certainly two of the better teams, really. Consistent cricket, consistently well, and really deserve to be here in the finals.
So the 100 beckoning for the West Terrace team. Solid opening stand between Neymar Ford and Ronnie Watson. Ah, that name Neymar, football name. Wesley all have been really pushed back by some good batting, some aggressive running as well. So 11 gone, it's 98 without loss.
Yes, indeed, some good intelligent batting by this pair. They've really batted well together throughout the season. Understand each other. You see they just looked up and just set off for that run. Indeed, it tells me that the chemistry between these two are pretty good. But to answer your question earlier, Andrew, yes, we've gone into the schools, and we know we have to keep saying it. After the COVID period, really was a challenge because all the better players went on to secondary school. So we really had to start again a program trying to get these youngsters where we want it to be. And we decided at the time when we introduced the 6-for-6 softball tournament because we figured it was a safe thing to do at the time while giving the youngsters some cricket, still getting them back into the frame mind of playing cricket. And we are seeing some improvement. And I'm telling you, the future is bright, Andrew.
It's a wide called by someone that is familiar to all of us, Antonio Mears. Remember him?
Certainly,
Remember
Barbados all-rounder and really a talented player in his time. A bit unfortunate, really, not to have been given a chance, but he was one. I tell you, played some cricket in England as well, some league cricket. Indeed, he was a fantastic all-round cricketer.
So for the benefit, Donovan, of people who don't know too much about this competition, of course, the late great Herman Griffith, pride and joy of the Empire Club, former West Indies cricketer, quite appropriately, competition is named after him. Very well bowled indeed by Linton. So tell us, how many overs and the age range in terms of this competition?
This competition is 11 years old.
Chance for catch just in front of the field at mid-wicket. Didn't give that good old dive. And the keeper's admonishing him there because he thought the catch should have been taken. He's an angry man, the keeper. So the first 50 from 33 balls, the second from 34. Thanks, Darrell Eastman, our statistician. So you were saying 25 overs?
25 overs, side and really 70-11 as I said, using obviously the junior ball 4 3/4, getting these youngsters prepared for the world of cricket really.
So another run to the left-handed Ford, who's batted very well. Another over comes to an end. We've now completed 12 overs, and the West Terrace team winning the toss and batting. They've made a very good start. They're 102 without loss. Donovan Lovell is with me. Donovan,
Yes.
court to the Sports Council. So you made the point that in terms of overs, 25, and age range from 7 to 11, you were saying?
Yes, certainly.
Okay.
I remember that in this tournament, the wides in the balls account for 2.
Okay,
And
I
you would
see.
not bowl them over until the last 2 overs where you have to bowl over.
You do.
Yes, and then you would only be credited 1 run.
And we've seen a lot of extras already there, amounting to 32.
Yeah, normally that is the case with the younger cricketers. Wides normally, extras normally tend to be a lot. But it is all about development here, Andrew. It's not so much about winning, even though some people place the emphasis highly on winning. We want to get these youngsters accustomed, to competition, to get accustomed to using the equipment in terms of pads, helmets and stuff like that, so that when they move on, they will transition and be properly prepared after the hard work by the National Sports Council, cricket coaches, and by extension all the disciplines where the Sports Council coaches are involved, and they really do a tremendous job, and I got to say kudos to them to get these youngsters ready for the next level.
I would imagine that at this level, it's not often that you see an opening stand over 100. Not often, huh?
Well, you might not see one of 100, but normally some of the teams that you sit per inside were pretty good. St. Gabriel's this year with the King Brothers,
Right.
Oliver and Jasper really batted well together. I think they probably had a partnership of 100, a little over, if my memory serves me correctly. So we've been seeing some good performances in this tournament. Ronnie Watson, 91, his highest score against Sillerby, Terrace Hall. So they are batting, they are getting some runs, and they're looking pretty good.
More runs again. That'll head out towards the boundary and we'll get there. Played square in the offside, in the air for a bit. But Ford, the left-hander, got a lot of battle into that. And the West Terrace team continuing to do very well. They've got lots of support here. And of course, Wesley Hall as well. This represents a very strong opening stand. And already a rate of 8.64.
Yes, certainly that one given Samir outside the off stump, and he just threw the ball at it, just made a good connection, and it just sped away into the boundary for 4. So he continues to look good.
Running has been sharp as well. Good to see these youngsters challenging the fielders, and they've done a good job.
And I must add Neymar Ford, his best knock to date, 67 against Good Shepherd, and his best bowling performance, 8 for 9 versus Hillaby Terrace Hall.
We're just into over number 13 now already. They're up to 109. With visions, I would imagine, of making pretty close to 200 here. Good work by Harry the bowler to knock that ball away. Had it gone past him, would have gone down to long off for a single. So the young man was able to put his body in the line there.
It's certainly a good feeling by the youngster, as they say, get your body behind it. It's a final. You need to save every run possible.
And he's the captain, so he's leading by example. Samuel Harry. And he just headed down the leg side. Eyes open very wide when he saw it short. And in the end, Ford didn't get back into that. Umpire Seal saying no. So, come to the end of over number 13, 109 without loss.
Indeed, a very good start by the Williams Industry West Terrace side, looking to get up in the region of 200, 220. Ford looking really well on 41, and Watson a perfect foil. He is on 35. A good pitch here, good crowd building as well, and the atmosphere is really electric. If you are in the area of your home and you have some time to spare, you really should get here to the Yorkshire Cricket Club, the Friendship playing field, to see the talent, tomorrow's future. And I'm telling you, the future is bright.
Yep, you're right. Like the way you said that. You must compliment National Sports Council, the Barbados Cricket Association, for really investing very heavily in cricket. So Linton is the bowler. Leg spinner, little man. That's a bad delivery and put away. That's gone for 4. Long to backward square. It was a long hop and dealt with in the appropriate manner by Watson. The runs are flowing here.
Yeah, short delivery answer to be hit, and he did just that. He got a lot of bat on it. Just race away across this outfield. And it's really well manicured, well cut here with the probably cutting out its lowest and the drive mode, which is 1, and you can get that really the balls sped across this outfield here and ran away into the boundary for 4. So indeed the spare continue to look good and continue to pile the runs on.
Another short delivery and dealt with in the appropriate manner. Down to backward square again. That's going for another boundary. Linton has got to get his length right here. He's been punished.
They're certainly guilty of bowling not only too short, but the ball's down the leg side. Easy a shot in the end for Watson. You only had to get some bat on it, and really he just sped away across the outfield for 4. And Andrew, some names that I want you to listen out for, and the viewing public. Avery Boyce, he's the nephew of Chris Jordan. He's from St. Cyprian School. And Zakai Reefer, the son of Raymond Reefer.
Oh, really? Lovely.
Oh, yeah. So these are some names that you have to listen out for. Talented youngsters. Good run in the end here. I'm going through for a quick single, Andrew.
Yeah, after a bit of hesitation. Always a run. The mid-off is, well, almost long off. There's a mid-on deepish. Mid-wicket was deepish as well. And after some hesitation, they got the run. So Reefer's son, Raymond's son, is involved, you said?
Yes, indeed.
Barry Wilkinson also has a son that
yeah,
plays as well.
wicket
Is he
keeper.
okay?
Yeah, he's pretty good.
He's pretty good.
He keeps wicket and he bats really well.
Better than his father.
By far.
Well, the stumps were disturbed, but the batsman always in control. They feel that Cobb was a bit slow coming in, and they got the run. 119 without loss. This is a very good effort on the part of the West Terrace team.
And there's also Kalen Corbin, the son of Kyle Corbin.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Which school is he at?
the father's West Terrace.
He's a West Terrace
Yes,
man.
he's here today. So the dads are encouraging the young ones to play cricket, and they're also supporting them while they play, which is really, really good to see.
Well, his father certainly good bat. Kyle Corbin. That's another good shot. That's going to go out to the boundary and we'll get there as well. Short and punched away through extra cover. Very well played indeed.
Indeed, a very good shot off the back foot and punching that one through cover, and really timing was exquisite, and it's simply a rush away for 4. And you heard these, you can hear the spectators, the supporters really clapping, because that was indeed a wonderful shot. And Andrew, I'll do quickly to give you the leading run scorers coming in to this final. Jasper King, he is from St. Gabriel's, 202 runs. Neymar Ford, who's presently not out, on 43, 193 runs from West Terrace. And Ronnie Watson, who's there as well, he is on 48, 160 runs today.
Yeah. So these two are accustomed to making runs. The last over cost as many as 15 from Linton. And, well, we got to try and stop this bleeding here. Wesley Hall. Of course, rich tradition at that school. And produced some tremendous cricketers over the years. But they're under pressure as we start over number 15. That's going to be called a wild, I would imagine. With on the umpire. It goes away as well. That's gone. So 4 wides plus 1. So do they get 5?
Yes, yes, indeed. They get 2.
Okay, so
for
they get 2
the
for the
wide and 4. So that's 6
so
runs.
6 actually.
6 runs.
Right. So the extras are monked in there. Harold Eastman doesn't have any space for the extras, it would appear. In his wonderful BCA shirt, the one blue. What if he's got the yellow? Of course, the yellow with political implications. Harold being a good old DLP man. 130 without loss. Used to be, apparently.
And then, Andrew, you also have to go to the young ladies. And a name comes to me quite easily. It's Naya Bruce from
really?
the Eden Lodge Primary School. And she's also in the Barbados setup in terms of practicing with
How old is she?
Bruce. She is, I speak under correction, I think she might be a 10 or so.
10 or
I
so.
speak under correction.
Okay.
I can tell you for sure, she certainly has some good performances. Her best bowling figure is 6 for 4, including a beaver trick, and that's against St. Jude's Primary. So she's 133 runs to date and 13 wickets.
Please introduce me to her. I want to have her on Mason and Guess.
Yes, indeed, one for the future as well. So another name you must listen out for.
Push away into the offside down to cover for a single. Good intelligent batting. So Ronnie Watson on 48. He's got strike. We'll be looking to get a half century here. And it'll be richly deserved. Look at that run rate. 8.93. Wow. Here's McConney to Watson. Another wide. Umpire Winston Seal. Of course, Antonio Mears as well. That name, Winston Seal, is a big name in Barbados. A prominent doctor. When I spoke to him earlier, he said he's not the doctor. He's just the umpire. So the weather's good. We've had a lot of rain in recent times in Barbados, but the sun is out. Are we happy for that? Now that could very well be his half century here. We'll look for the second and we'll come back for it too. Should make it. Well done to the young man, Ronnie Watson. He's got 50, and this has been a very good performance from him. 34 balls, 8 fours. Wow, young man with a lot of ability. He raises the bat now to the acknowledgement of this big crowd. Those who've seen him think he's got a lot of ability, so let's keep our eyes on the young man.
And Ford, he is on 44. 8 fours in that knock to Watson, and we have complete 15 overs. 135 without loss. 135 without loss.
So the voice of the gentleman next to me doing dual roles here. Actually, when you were making your announcement, we heard it on the stream. So, well done to you, my friend.
Yes, thank you very much, Andrew.
What a response. I got you. I got you there. Yeah.
So indeed, Andrew, a fine knock by young Watson, who continues to do well.
So Smith, interesting there. Knocked the bails off. He almost had a man count there. In fact, just telling the batsman, stay in your crease at the non-striker's end. Stay in your crease. A big man he is. So Allman Smith is the bowler. Design Allman Smith. And early he said to the non-striker, stay in your crease. If you do it again, you out of the crease, I'll whip the bails off. He's a serious man, isn't he? Very big lad as well.
Built to last, Andrew. Built to last.
Yeah, indeed. Looks to be the biggest in the field as well at the moment. A bit like Wayne Daniel. That's going to split the field and we'll go for 4. Fine leg and backward square. Good batting again by Ronnie Watson. Goes to 54.
Yes, indeed, a very good shot again. A short delivery heading down the leg side. He has got some bat on it. As I said earlier, the outfield is really a quick one here today, and it really sped across this outfield and got the treatment it deserved, really. And just being a bit too short.
Wesley all under real pressure here. 140 already without loss. This is unbelievable. More runs. It'll go for 4, I believe it does. Cover coming across, could not stop it. Hit with a lot of power. And that ball bursting through the fielder's hand. That's gone for 4.
A very good shot again outside the off. Somebody punched this one past the cover area and really struck it with immense power. And the fielder on the boundary tried his best to get around. But even though he got his hand onto it, it was struck powerfully enough that it just still sped away into the boundary for 4.
This time he gets his body behind it and makes the stop. So, another over comes to an end. Remember, 25 overs are available. And the West Terrace team, winning the toss and batting, they won 47 without loss. And doing a very, very good job here.
Yes, certainly this pair batting well together. Have been batting all season long. And Watson and Ford certainly complementing each other. Have been a very, very, very good stand so far by this pair. And they continue to do well for the whole tournament.
So McConney is back into the attack to see what he can do. A desperate search for a wicket here. Oh, it went through the keeper and also the field that fine leg. If one cares to put it like that, that's gone away. Wow.
And certainly not doing themselves any favors in the field. The amazing deals Wesley Hall are guilty of giving away lots of runs in the outfields via the misfielding route. And really that one, he should have done better with it. But I guess could be the fact nerves could be what is setting in. So many people here to witness this finals, so it could be a case where nerves are probably getting the better of the Wesley Hall side.
DeMarco Gittins is the keeper. Another wide. He's had a lot of work to do today, young DeMarco. So 155 already. And mind you, there are 25 overs available, and we are into over number 17. The rate is 9.49. Oh, DeMarco not being able to stop it. Must be very difficult for the young man. Another wide. So they ran one, so then the credit will be 3, I would imagine.
There's
Three.
two plus 1.
2 plus 1, that's
Let's
3.
Take a look at the extras, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. Now, the extras up to 55.
That's a lot.
A lot.
Yes.
So the first 50, 33 with 5 fours. The second, 34, 5 fours. And the third, 32. The fastest, 6 fours. More runs for West Terrace. Side with a lot of support. Very good crowd, as you would expect. As we look on the far side of the ground, lovely shade as well. And lots of people here watching the action.
On the mound there.
They're the
People
mound.
on the mound as well.
Yeah, Friendship, they've got a mound here.
Really a lovely facility here, Andrew.
It is. Another single. So the question is, can Wesley Hall get a wicket? Harold Eastman tells me yes. This time Giddens loves it, but another wide. Signal by umpire Winston Seal, who's had a lot of work to do. The over comes to an end. So we've now completed 17 overs, and West Terrace in a position of command. They won 62 without loss.
They are 163 without loss, 163 without loss. Ford, he is on 46, and Watson, he is on 59. So Andrew, yes indeed, a fine partnership by these two, who really have been the pair to have done it this season for the West Terrace side. They really performed well, and they continue to perform beautifully here in this finals.
So Jaden Rowe is the new bowler, left arm. And first delivery is a good one. Ford just pushes down to mid-wicket. There's no run. So it's roll, R-O-L-L-E. It's not a Bajan name, though there's several roles in Dominica. Some interesting surnames as well. There's a Abana, Lunak. And roll. Also Remy's in that as well. So roll is the man who's operating. He'll be safe. It was in there for a long time. The mid-on fielder came across. Long on would have had difficulty, and mid-off as well. So as they say, it dropped in no man's land, and they got a run.
The crowd continues to build wonderfully, Andrew, as you look to your left. All the tents down, straight away down, close to the mount indeed. I would imagine anywhere in the region of 4,000 to 5,000 people could be here, Andrew.
Yeah, very well supported, no question about that. So the over comes to an end. 18 gone, 164 without loss.
Yes, certainly the West Terrace team continuing to do well. Ford is approaching his half century, batted pretty well so far, played some very lovely shots. And Watson, who is on 61, and this pair continues to bat well throughout the whole tournament. They've really been getting some performances together, and it's really good to see this pair coming in a final where it matters most, and really having a beautiful performance in terms of a partnership, 164 without loss indeed. After 18 overs, I'm telling you, they're set for 200.
Yeah, one would think so as well. So Harper to continue the attack. With the music of Little Rick pounding in the back. Wonder if he's got a Christmas song, Little Rick. Does he? I don't think so. Harper to continue. Single to left-handed Ford. So we want to thank the National Sports Council, of course, in the city of Bridgetown. They sponsor this competition, Herman Griffith competition, in association with the Barbados Cricket Association. They've come together to ensure that this cricket is streamed. Of course, it's live on CBC, thanks to Mr. Pearson Bowen and his team.
Historic, you must remember.
Oh, it's
that.
historic as well.
Oh,
historic. Yeah. And we'll get bigger and better next year, I would imagine. Chance for a catch, finally! A wicket For a team that has been struggling for a long time, Wesley Hall, the catch is taken up at the short extra cover area, and finally a wicket. It's 165 for a loss of 1.
Yes, Watson getting that one, a full delivery, trying to hit it probably in the region, long off. He didn't make good connection with it, really spliced it in the end, and an easy catch. It looks like Linton cover taking an easy catch, and the breakthrough finally comes for the amazing deals. Wesley Hall at last has got on the wicket, 165 for 1. Watson goes for a well played at 61 in the end, and he should be pleased with his performance as he replay throws an easy catch in the end to Linton, and at last the wicket has come for the Wesley Hall side, 165
Look
for
at
1.
the celebrations, and lots of applause for this young man, Watson, who batted so very well. So important to support these young cricketers. And what was interesting was that all of his teammates just came by the edge of the boundary and applauded his efforts, which were worthy of commendation.
Yes, certainly a fine knock by this youngster, and I'm telling you, he is one for the future. Not only the ability, but he has the right attitude. As they keep telling the youngster, you're going to tick all the boxes, and not only that you're a good player, but you also got to take that one in terms of discipline and your ethic. And he's one, I'm telling you, who's keen. He answers a lot of questions because he wants to continue to do well. I'm telling you, he's one for the future.
So Trisha Watson is the new batsman. Make that Rogers is the new batsman coming to do battle. And Harper looking to get another wicket. It's going to be interesting to see what happens now with the departure of Watson, if the scoring rate will be reduced. He certainly was very, very busy at the crease. His 61 from just 44 balls. So Rogers is off the mark. Playing it square in the offside, down to backward point. Ford is looking for his 50 and will get it too. Pitched up on the off stump, stroked away through the cover area. Wonderful performance by Nehemiah Ford. 52 from 49 balls, 7 fours, and has put his side in a very strong position. The young man has batted very well indeed here. Congratulations to him.
Yes, indeed, a fine knock by Nehemiah Ford, driving that one out to the cover boundary, getting the 4 runs for it. It's been a very good knock in the final, the right place to score it, and indeed he's looked pretty good, a well-deserved half century.
It's a pretty firm hit down towards the wide long off area for 1. It was a full toss, and he got a single for it. So the over comes to an end. 19 gone. It's 171 for 1.
Yes, indeed, in a very strong position, really, West Terrace. Looking to push on to the 200 mark as I make my exit, and I welcome Lyndon Yard, the boogeyman, who will join you to give you further coverage of this National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Herman Griffith on the 13th cricket final.
So thanks to Donovan Lovell, the love man, to be replaced by the boogeyman. So this is the happy hour. This is the time where no doubt the batting side, West Terrace, will want to push on. They've done a good job. Hello, Linda. Nice to see you. What a performance from the youngsters so far. The team batting, having won the toss. We're into over number 20, and already they've gone past the 170 mark.
Oh, fantastic, Andrew. Good to see you as well. Good to be back. And I'm sure you're back in the West Terrace side with a total of 172 for 1.
Well, the school is pretty close to where I live.
So where's your money?
No kids at the school. Niece of mine teaches at the school, so that's the interest there. Of course, I would be a Bailey's man, coming from that wonderful parish, St. Philip. Bailey's not doing as well, and I know that cousin that's just short of the nation wasn't quite happy this year with Bailey's. But of course, you can't come good all the time. But generally, it's been a pretty strong side, and maybe later on I'll look back at some of the winners.
Well, generally, Baileys were ousted at the quarterfinal stage by the West Terrace side, Andrew.
Well, there's a lady who's actually bringing snacks for us as well, a beautiful lady. Hello. And she's only given me one, I need two. Yes, I need two because I haven't had my breakfast. So she's here giving some snacks. She's going to give you some too, Lyndon.
I'll take them, Andrew.
I wonder if we could just have a look at her.
Sure
Not
she
now,
will.
a little later. The calorie conk is not a problem. It's just 140 calories, and I jogged this morning. The old plantains, the plantain chips. We want to thank them for coming forward and ensuring that the commentators are well fed. Suppose we're getting the dessert before the main meal.
No ball signal by the umpire, Andrew.
We haven't had a lot of those. We've had a lot of wides.
Remember, from overs 24 and 25, no balls and wides will be bowled over. 177 for the loss of 156 is Ford. It's batting exceptionally well, but I like Watson, who was just this was for 61, Andrew. Maybe you want to get him up to St. Catherine's.
Well, I'll get him a Mason and Guess first. But he can bat. There's no question about that. What do you like about Watson?
Very, very elegant, very easy on the eye, Andrew. Like to see a player who looks in control of his innings. From his very first debut face, he stroked the ball to cover. He didn't score, but it was very, very elegant in behind the ball.
I remember that shot. And then he drove one down to mid-on. Didn't score, but you could see he got well into line. The balance was brilliant. And he also is someone to put the short ball away as well.
What was also very critical, Andrew, with his knock is that when he was running between the wicket, he transferred the bat from one hand to the next hand to make sure he's
I know
always
that.
facing the deliveries.
So the coaches must be commended. That's a little flick away at the onside. That's a good little shot for one. So we're into over number 20. It's 179 for loss of one. Joel Mannon comes a call in pretty soon. In fact, the 20 overs have been completed now. And it's 179 for one with Ford on 57. Watson the man to go for 61. And Rogers has got two. We've seen Harry, 4 overs, no maidens done for 32. McConney, 3 overs, no maidens done for 37. Jaden Rowe, 4 overs, no maidens done for 23. Harper, the wicket taker, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. And Alan Allman Smith, 2 overs, no maidens done for 26, was roughly treated. So with 5 overs to come, the West Terrace side winner the toss and batting. They're in a very strong position. They're 179 for 1. I'll leave you with Lyndon, and he's going to be joined by Joel Manning.
Yes, and just before Joel comes a calling, as he would come a calling now, we'll just give you the history of this tournament, which got going in 1980, and the winners and the runners-up. In 1980, Wilkie Cumberbatch defeated the Wesley Hall Juniors, so they've been in finals that occasion. 1981, St. Christopher over Black Bess. In 1982, Wesley Hall Juniors. You aren't missing the cricket. We are at the water break. Wesley Hall defeated the St. Clement's side in 1982. They were also winners in 1983, defeated St. George Primary. In 1984, St. Christopher Boys defeated St. George Primary. In 1985, All Saints Primary defeated Wesley Hall Juniors. So that's the 4th time in the final for Wesley Hall. St. Clement's were winners in 1986 over Bay Primary, who also lost in 1987 to Bosco Bell. Holy Innocent defeated the Holy Trinity in 1988. Holy Trinity then got their revenge in 1989, taking out on Wesley Hall Juniors. That's the 5th appearance for Wesley Hall Juniors in the final. 1990, Holy Trinity defeated to repeat as champions, back-to-back champions, defeating Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary. Wesley Hall were back in the winners' enclosure in 1991 and 92, defeating Christchurch Boys and Bailey's Primary. 1993, Bailey's Primary defeated All Saints Primary. Wesley Hall, in the 8th appearance, were then victorious over St. Martin's Mangrove. 1995, St. Joseph Primary defeated Boscobel Primary. 1996, St. Joseph Primary back-to-back champions defeated St. Lucie Primary. 1997, St. Martin's Four Rose Primary in their first championship defeated St. Elizabeth Primary. Eardiston Primary, 1998, were successful over Good Shepherd Primary. And 99, St. Giles Primary defeated Wesley Hall Junior. So 9th appearance for Wesley Hall. So they've made several appearances in these finals. 2000 saw Charles F. Brooms defeating Good Shepherd Primary. 2001, 10th appearance for Wesley Hall, were victorious over Bailey's Primary. St. Catherine's Primary, 2002, were champions over Good Shepherd Primary. Wesley Hall, again in 2003, defeated St. Matthew's Primary. St. Catherine's Primary, 2004, defeated Charles F. Brooms. Bailey's Primary, they lost to St. Giles Primary, 2005. Wesley Hall Juniors, in his 12th appearance, lost to Bailey's Primary in 2006. That was the second championship for Bailey's Primary. And it's been a long time going. 2007, Eardiston Primary defeated St. Christopher Primary. 2008, Wesley Hall Juniors in their 13th appearance in the finals. So they seem to own these finals. Defeated Charles F. Brooms. Charles F. Brooms then took out their loss, got revenge on Bailey's Primary in 2009 to become champions. St. Christopher Primary won in 2010, defeated Luther Thorne Primary. Bailey's Primary defeated Charles F. Brooms in 2011. 2012, 13, and 14 made it 16 years that the Wesley Hall side, as I said, 13, 14, and 15, made 16 appearances in the finals, and in those 3 years defeated Eden Lodge Primary, Charles F. Brooms, and Bailey's Primary. Players about to resume as they welcome back Joe Manning.
Whipped away nicely. A good shot to take us into the last 5 overs of this innings.
179 becomes 183 for the loss of 157 is forward. He has slowed down considerably, Joel. 57 from 54 deliveries, but like I was saying all morning long, I like the young man Ronnie Watson was caught by Curtin Linton off the ball and Harper for 61. Well played, 61, 44 deliveries, 71 minutes of batting, and he batted exceptionally well for that 61. Like the look of the young man, and 175 odd for the loss of that first wicket, 165. And the stage is set for a grand final in these last 5 overs. 181 for 3. For 1, sorry. 183 for 1.
Yeah, the stage and the foundation certainly set right now for West Terrace. You saw the intent all throughout the innings with the running. You definitely will see it a lot more in these last 30 balls. Lyndon made reference to it a little earlier. And the appropriate title is Tip Me Too. We'll see a bit of that coming here with these youngsters who are looking to put a big total on the board to get themselves a title here in 2024. Slap straight back over the bowler's head. Just one more to that total.
Just to complete those championship winning sides, we've gone as far as 2015 when West Terrace went, Wesley Hall, sorry, went on a run of 12, 13, and 15. Wesley West Terrace having one in.
Put his body on the line, but I don't think he did enough. I'll have to wait on the umpire to confirm. Yeah, he does it now. So a valiant effort, but in vain. And 4 runs to Ford.
And Harper will be disappointed with the effort, not taking that cotton ball, and that has been the one area where I thought that the Wesley Hall side has definitely suffered. The fielding has definitely let them down, especially when going down in the approved fashion. That's 190 for the loss of 1 in over number 21.
Had he taken that chance, Lyndon, I was going out there and shaking his hand myself. Oh, use of the feet down the track. And falls just short of long on. Brings us to the end of 21, 191 for 1.
And with young Nehemiah Ford on 63. And with him is Roger, who's come to crease. He's not on 191 for 1. And with 4 overs remaining, thinking they will want to get anywhere around 230, and they'll be comfortable with that. But again, the crowd continues to trickle in. And just to finish off those final 4 years, Bailey's won in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Make it 4 on the trot for Bailey's. 16 through 19. There was no tournament in 2022, 22. 3 years, obviously, with COVID. And Hillary Turner's Hall got their title. And I think that was, yes, that was their first title. Hillary Turner's Hall, the defending champions, defeating West Terrace, who lost in 2020. So at the moment, the West Terrace side looking good at 191 for 1, with just the final 4 overs to go.
It's going to be the spin of Kimari Linton. He's got 2 overs remaining. This will be one of those 2 as they try to get their field right. Bowled him. Linton gets his first wicket of the contest. Oh, they're screaming, they're cheering, and they're dancing here at Friendship.
And well bowled by the young man. I thought that young Nehemiah Ford has slowed down considerably, having started aggressively. And he comes back for 63. Bowled by Linton for 63. 191 for 2. And like I always say, Joel, the only way or the best way to control the scoring rate, which has really gotten away from the Wesley Hall side, is by taking wickets.
Yeah, I gave this one a bit of flight. Linton looking to be aggressive, looking to go over the top, missing it, and because of that, it cannoned into that off stump. And you've got to love the celebrations of these young boys. His team, though, clapping him off. A brilliant innings of 63 from 58 for Nehemiah Ford. He did the job for his side at the top of the order, alongside his captain and Ronnie Watson, who got 61. So coming into a final, your openers getting 63 and 61. You'll take that, certainly.
Most definitely, and I can tell you, with that knock of a 63, Nehemiah Ford is now going to 256 runs for his tournament. 256 runs. And Ronnie Watson, who contributed 61, he's pushed his aggregate for the tournament to 221 runs.
Well, Ryan Martindale strides out to bat at number 4 and gets off the mark immediately.
And I can tell you that the Wesley Hall side has won this tournament on 10 occasions. And Bailey's next best in line with 7 victories. So those 2 teams have dominated this tournament. Quite fittingly, West Terrace got the better of Bailey's in the quarterfinals. There have been several centurions throughout the tournament. Top score of 125 is Jonathan Carter, who went on to represent the West Indies in white ball cricket.
Wicket, single dot. Yes or no?
Don't forget, these wides will be 2 until we get to the final 2 overs. And then those final 2 overs, it will count as 1, and then the ball will be rebowled as well.
Four balls gone.
It's been a really good over so far from Linton. Just the 3 runs in it, and he picked up a wicket as well. The big wicket of Nehemiah Ford. Just 1 delivery left to close out what will be a very special over for him. How did that miss the stumps? Oh,
Just bumps over the top of the stumps.
brings us to the end of 22. 194 for 2.
Just looking through some of the centurions in this tournament. Jonathan Carter, 125 and 111 in 1998 versus St. Bernard's and St. Silas in 1998. He also went on to represent the West Indies. Give you some players who would have represented the West Indies and Barbados. Anthony Allen, 114 versus St. Giles in 2003. Craig Brathwaite went on a run in 2003. Struck 111 versus St. David's Primary, 108 versus Belmont Primary, 104 not out. And those last two innings were not out versus Belmont Primary and St. Patrick's Roman Catholic. Total of 104. Matthew Jones, 131 versus St. Angela's Nicholas Curtin, 156, 146 to Linico Boucher. So Danny Chesham, 187 versus Grantley Prescott in 2009. And he went off the radar where cricket is concerned.
Cristiano McConney to bowl his 4th over of the day. Conditions continue to be beautiful here at Friendship. Pushed nicely into that cover region. There are a couple names that I feared growing up as a young man because I played in that very zone that Craig Brathwaite played in when he was playing for Erdiston, and Charles F. Broom were in that zone as well, so it meant that Jason Holder, who was 6 foot tall from 10 years old, was running in at us as well.
You feared him for his pace or for his height?
I think it was a height factor for me.
Yeah.
Anyone that tall should not be playing primary school cricket.
Very, very tall. There wasn't useful scores. Joshua Morris got 180 versus Grisette's Primary 2015. Raphael Lovell, 143 versus Will's Primary. So some big scores in this tournament over the years. Joshua Dorn, 169 not out versus St. Mark's Primary.
They get 1. Do they consider 2? Yeah, they're scampering. Could be close. Oh, they get home in the end.
200 comes up for the West Terrace side. 200 off 136 deliveries, 93 minutes of batting, 19 fours in this innings, and 200 in the process of over number 23 with 2 to go after the next 2 legitimate deliveries. Legally, that is. Like I said, legally that is. And the bowler delivers a wide. McConney, Javonte De Pisa, the West Indies youth vice captain, 138 not out versus Boss Cabell. So quite a few players have gone on to represent Barbados and the West Indies. Valda Clark, 129 versus George Laming. Sean Brathwaite, 128 not out versus St. Mark's Primary.
Oh, what a shot of class that is. Deserving of a boundary, but it just gets them 1. Oh, high elbow. That came through nicely. The end of 23, 203 for 2.
So with 2 overs left and with the extras to be bowled over, I still believe that the West Terrace side will want to get it anywhere around 230 to feel comfortable, but they really batted well. Neymar Ford 63 and his opening partner Ronnie Watson 61. They set the tone with a wonderful opening stand and to propel their side West Terrace to 203 for the loss of 2. Just to look at the scores, Nicholas Curtin 156 versus Deacons in 2008, Deacons Primary. 146 with Nico Boucher versus St. Stephen's Primary, 2008 as well. Said Danny Chisholm has a top score of all of 187.
So we're into the last 2 where the extras will be rebowled, and just 1 run for each of the extras. Bounce and turn again for Linton. You got to keep your eyes on this young leg spinner, folks. You got to keep your eyes on him.
Looks the part, came in, hit his straps right away, bowled that line, that centre to off stump line rather than the leg stump line. Giving the ball generous ear, not afraid. He's a tiny man, or tiny youngster I should say. Not afraid to give it some ear and some loop.
Just for a moment, you thought that one would have dropped into the stumps.
I also thought it would have dropped into the fence as well. He really missed it on a full toss. At this time, because it is crunch time in the penultimate over. And we need to get back on ball. But I think the important thing here for the Wesley Hall side is to have two new batters at the crease. And hence they find it a little difficult to get away the bowling.
This is good from young Linton. Good control from him. Got away, yes, you might say with a full toss, but maybe the stumps got away as well, because I thought that was definitely castling into all three. He's gone through half of the over so far. He gets another one. Linton picks him up, LBW. That's two for him now in what has been a brilliant spell.
And the batsman Martindale looked a little surprised by giving it by umpire Mears. And West Terrace losing the way at 203 for the loss of 3. As Martindale's leg before we hit Linton. So Linton picks the second wicket, 4 overs and 3 deliveries. And he's picked up 1 for 30. As the music blares in the background. And West Terrace, they're still sitting pretty at 203 for the loss of 3. And Wesley Hall will want to wrap up the overs because very unlikely that they're going to bowl the West Terrace side out, and they'll want to wrap up the overs without conceding too many wickets.
Well, he was struck in front there, and the interesting thing about this height is that you can certainly look above the pads occasionally.
Yes,
And say it definitely is still going on to hit those stumps.
And he's not a tall man either.
Gets him there just in front, down on one knee. And the umpire said that one is going on to hit middle and off. Linton was convinced. He's really causing problems here for this West Terrace side. Foot doesn't do the job on that occasion, and it will be 4 byes. Oh, a bit of an injustice to Linton, who's really been bowling well in this over, been bowling well across this spell.
Not supported by the fielder on the fine leg boundary, because he really should have stopped that, but he opted to play some football. And obviously his footballing skills failed him. 207 for the loss of 3. 1 delivery remaining in the penultimate over of 25, with Alison Ford yet to score and Rogers on 9.
Well, a bit of leg spin mystery comes to an end from Kamari Linton. He's bowled his 5 overs for 30 runs. 1 over remains at 207 for 3.
Yes, and I can give you some bowling figures. McConney, 4 overs no made is done for 45. Roll, 4 overs no made is done for 23. Harper, Tahir Harper, 5 overs no made is 1 for 44. Jason Allman Smith, 2 overs no made is done for 26. And Kimari Linton, 5 overs, 1 made, 2 for 30. 2 for 30 to the right arm leg spinner as we encroach upon the final over in what has been an enthralling final of the National Sports Council's City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union's sponsored Herman Griffith Schools Under 13 final, featuring the Wesley Hall side who are in the field and West Terrace who are present in the final over are 207 for the loss of 3.
Oh, don't forget, these wides will be bowled over because we're into the final over of the game. So this one has been added to the total. A dot ball is gold in the final over. And he delivers one of them.
Thinking at this stage that you would want a message to go to the batsman that you need to get as much as you can get in this over. But dot balls are also part of cricket, so you have to give kudos to the bowler. And Harry, who's back for his final over.
Well, just misses the leg stump. A good Yorker length delivery from Rogers. Good pace on that one as well.
And a good over in the circumstances. They've only conceded one run, the Wesley Hall side. So they're finishing well at the moment.
Yeah, just straying too far down the leg side on that occasion. We can get through this over without too many wides. They'll probably look at the back half of the innings and say that they've done a relatively decent job to 250 plus here. Asking his fielder, why did you throw to me? This was actually what I was looking forward to coming here today. Good fun cricket, yes, but the animated reactions of these young boys.
Oh yes. Totally different how you and I would have done it in our younger days. But you were still young because you only played
just
the
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago I was playing Herman Griffith.
211 for 3.
So 2 deliveries remained in the first innings of this COB Credit Union Limited Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Final 2024. 211 for 3 West Terrace. They won the toss, opted to bat first, and they'll be happy with what they've been able to put onto the board.
Want to offer congratulations to the zone winners. Zone A1, Good Shepherd Primary. Zone A2, All Saints Primary. Zone B1, Eden Lodge Primary. Zone B2, St. Gabriel's School. Zone B3, West Terrace Primary School. Zone C1, C2, and C3, Bailey's Primary, Welch's Primary, and St. Cyprian's Boy. Final delivery.
Slapped into the air, will fall safely. And a misfield, so do they get 2 to close out the innings? Yes, indeed. So winning the toss, opting to bat first, West Terrace. They've posted what is a very dominant total, 214 for 3. Thanks, of course, to their openers, Neymar Ford. He got 63 from 58, and Ronnie Watson, 61 from 44. But the big question here for us, will 214 be enough to get themselves a title?
Well, I think to answer that question, I'm going to take the chance to answer that question. I think 214 is a lot of runs in 25 overs. And simply put, it means that the West Terrace side will have to come out and they will have to bowl badly in order to lose this game, because I think they're very much entrenched at 214 for 3 of 25 overs. Extras in the end, a whopping 72. And there's a massive difference. So if the West Terrace side can contain themselves in terms of restricting the amount of extras they give away and bowl these good off stump and just outside the off stump lines and length, then they can restrict the West Terrace, the Wesley Hall side, to this under total of 215 that they will require for victory. So just goes through the scorecard for you. Neymar Ford, he opened at the top of the order with Ronnie Watson. He was bowled by Curtin for 63, having faced some 58 deliveries, striking some 8 fours. Ronnie Watson batted exceptionally well. Have a soft
pardon my heart for this young man. Caught by Linton off the ball of Harper for 61. Having faced some 40 degrees and struck some 10-4s. Terry. Trisha Rogers came not out on 12. Ryan Martindale was late before we get a curtain for 4. And Adamson, this is Jazario Adamson. He finished not out on 2. A total of 214 for 3 off 25 overs. Extras 72. 2 buys. 5 leg buys. And 59 wides. Bowling Samuel Harry, 5 overs no middle none for 39. Cristiano McConney, 4 overs no middle none for 45. Jaden Roll, 4 overs no middle none for 23. Terrier Harper, 5 overs no middle 1 for 44. Josiah Almond Smith, 2 overs no middles none for 26. And if Harold would just assist me in giving me the final bowling figures of the leg spinner. Final bowling figures. There you go. There you have it. Kimari Linton, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 30. So 214 for 3. The West Terrace side asked the bat, actually opting to bat first and on win the toss in perfect cricketing conditions. In this, the 2024 finals of the National Sports Council Cedar Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union under 13 finals. And they have done a wonderful job to reach that target, to set a target of 214 for 3 of 25 overs. Momentarily just being rejoined by Andrew Mason before we take a pause for lunch, 1 hour's duration. Andrew, I know you hail from the West Terrace area. I know as his junior cricket you would be betting on this game. And we anticipated a tremendous final here. Of course, we want to thank our sponsors, the National Sports Council, who put on this wonderful tournament for many years, going back, dating back to 1980. And the City of Bridgetown have come on board, and of course, the Barbados Cricket Association for streaming the finals live on Barbados Cricket Association's www.org, and of course, CBC TV 8 for the wonderful coverage for those parents who were unable or are unable to get to the ground. They can follow the stream, or if you're home, the grannies and grandfathers who are unable to get to the ground for transportation issues, they can sit on the couch and have some sumptuous Tuesday afternoon dinner while watching it. The Grand Chargers, whom they support most admirably. And West Terrace having scored 214 for 3 with an opening stand of 160 odd between Neymar Ford 63 and Ronnie Watson 61, and we would have had a wonderful tournament. So Andrew, before you do some live interviews, West Terrace 214 for 3 of their 25 overs in the final of the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union Herman Griffith under 13 final, 214 for 3. Andrew, is it enough? And then you'll be joined by your special guest.
Well, I mean, it's a big score. 214 is a very big score, and I would imagine that the team West Terrace will be quite happy with their performance, and one would think really that they should go on to win. But you never know, cricket is a funny old game. What's good is that the weather is very good and the atmosphere is tremendous. There's no question about that, and we are quite happy to be here at Friendship to bring you of course this game being streamed on the BCA website, on various websites, and of course being carried on the CBC, the national station. We want to thank Mr. Pearson Bowen and his team. Now, it's my distinct pleasure to welcome the sponsor from COB. Of course, it's really great to have them on board. Akeem Nero. Akeem, nice to see you. How are you, my friend?
Thanks for having us, Andrew.
Good. Now, why is COB on board?
At COB, we believe in investing in the youth of Barbados, in the communities. And as you can see here today, there's a fantastic crowd, fantastic atmosphere, and we couldn't ask for more at this point.
All right. Now, in terms of the importance of this competition, you talked about the crowd. It's a big one. There's no question about that. How important is this competition to the sponsor COB?
It's very important. I know there was some miscommunication over the last week, but COB, our plan was always to enhance the tournament, just add to the tournament in any positive way necessary. And as you can see here, once again, we think that we put on a good show.
Yeah,
so
when you
far.
talk about the miscommunication, of course, there are many people who thought it would have been at the Empire Club. It's always
Yes,
been there. It's not friendship, and this is a good venue.
Yes, amongst other venues that the National Sports Council have, I guess they choose this venues for various reasons, and we're pleased that the event came off. Well, the event is going as planned so
Yeah.
far.
Just before we talk anything more about COB, you're a cricketer yourself.
Yeah.
You play at this club,
Yes, please.
and of course, you make a lot of runs here. Although in
One
the
time,
recent
one time.
times you don't. You're former captain. The conditions here, the pitch is pretty good.
Yes, at Yorkshire, most persons like to come at Yorkshire and bat second because the wicket in the evening it gets even quicker and better. And the outfield is quite fast, and obviously if you look around, there's no rain around. So Wesley Hall, if they have any batsmen in the squad, or if the batting lineup is deep, they could make a game of it. But kudos to West Terrace, and that first innings was phenomenal cricket.
Absolutely phenomenal. Let's go back to COB, the sponsor of this competition. I'm sure there are many people you want to thank.
Yes, first I would like to thank Mr. Bell for giving the okay for the sponsorship of the tournament. Obviously our team, our manager Marcus Myers, Kizwana Miller, Jamal Maynard, Daniel Maynard, and yes, everyone.
Don't forget yourself.
Yeah. It's been a difficult week, but all well that ends well.
Yeah, and of course you have had links with the National Sports Council and the Barbados Cricket Association. They came together to make this a success.
Yes, thanks to the BCA, thanks to the National Sports Council. There's one of the biggest tournaments in Barbados, and for COB to be aligned, we're extremely happy, extremely proud, and hopefully this can forge a partnership for the future.
I just looked into my crystal ball, and I'm seeing a 5-year contract. Don't comment on that, but I'm sure that you're happy with the mileage that COB is getting.
Yes, please, and I hope that this next year could be even bigger and better, even if we move the venue, and so that each year the guys going to get to experience different venues. They're lovely venues across Barbados. So
Yeah.
I think it's probably time that the Herman Griffith final is moved around so
Yeah.
persons can tour
You
Barbados.
prefer to have it move around. Of course, it was at Empire Club for a long time. Now it's at Friendships. So your message is that you would love to see it move around the country. Basically that?
Not my message. I say
Okay.
that I don't have a problem
Okay.
if it's moved around.
That was a Mason and guess question.
Yeah, for sure.
As usual, cheeky as
Yeah,
usual.
yeah.
Now, COB, I'm so happy for your sponsorship. In terms of any specials,
Right
as
now
we
we
say
just have
goodbye.
the holiday helper.
Holiday helper.
Yes, you can get up to $20,000.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, please. And if one lucky person can also win a trip to Panama as well.
A trip to Panama.
Yeah, for two.
So tell me about this holiday helper.
And if Christmas time, if you want to buy any gifts, take a trip, do any maintenance around the house,
Right.
come on down to COB.
So what do I do? Do I go online or do I call someone
Yes,
at
you
COB?
can go online. You can come into any of our 4 branches: Blackrock, Bridgestone, Warrens, and obviously Broad Street. Proof of address, ID, and a quotation for what the desires want.
Right, indeed. So we want to thank you again, Akeem Nero from the marketing department. COB very much a part of this, and we wish you well. Merry Christmas to you, my friend.
Thank you, Merry Christmas, and hope everyone enjoys the show.
All right, so thank you very much indeed. When we come back, we're going to continue our interviews. We'll be next talking to Wayne Robinson from the National Sports Council. All right, so we heard from the representative from COB, of course, Mr. Akeem Nero, who knows this ground very, very well indeed. Of course, he plays for the Yorkshire club here at Friendship and has been a former captain of the side as well. And no doubt it was happy that he's here to ensure that things go well. I'm sure he's a very happy man. The National Sports Council, they've been involved in this for a long, long time. We want to compliment them for actually putting this together, the Herman Griffith competition. We've got two very good schools here performing and the action in good conditions. We've got Wesley Hall, of course, and West Terrace involved in competition. There's a gentleman who is to my right who has been at the National Sports Council for quite a long time, 21 years, Wayne Robinson. Hello to you, Wayne, nice to see you.
Good afternoon, Andrew. Good afternoon, Barbados.
Now, tell us, what do you do at the Sports Council?
My position is senior coach. Basically, I have 3 disciplines under my jurisdiction: cycling, track and field, and cricket. And
Cycling, track and field, and cricket.
yes.
All right, good.
Yeah. I'm responsible for supervising the coaches in those disciplines and making sure that things like this, the Herman Griffith competition, happens.
Right. Okay. So overall, you're happy with what has happened?
Thus far, yes. Especially today, we're having a great day. West Terrace has posted a really good score. We got to see what Wesley Hall will do in chasing. But yes, I am quite pleased with what has happened so far today.
Wayne, you're responsible for cricket at the National Sports Council. How important is this competition?
Well, if you look at the history of this competition, you recognize that there are some great players who have been birthed in this competition. And I am certain that if we pay attention to some of the ones who are on the pitch today, that they will go on to do great things. If you are seriously thinking of a cricket career, there is no better place than this to use as a launching pad.
Indeed, I agree with you. Logistics. In terms of putting this together, when do you normally start?
Well, we would have chosen the coordinator from last year. Just like at the end of this competition, we would choose a coordinator for next year. He would be the person assisting the coordinator this year so that he knows exactly what he needs to do.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, proposals are sent out. Where COB is concerned, they have agreed to come on board, so we may not have to look for sponsorship again next year.
Mm-hmm.
So that is one task that's being covered. The grounds to be vetted, the schools got to be notified and that kind of stuff, fixtures, and as easy as that may sound, that is a doozy.
I see.
When you try to fixture so many schools on so many different grounds, and then there are other things that get in the way. Rain for one, and we have had a tough time with rain this year with a lot of matches being postponed or rained out. And then the schools obviously have a life for themselves. They got other things to do. It's not just about cricket. So fixtures is a major problem.
Yeah.
But not a major problem, not necessarily a problem, but it's a major part of putting this together.
Yeah, and the rain has really affected you. You've got a team, of course. I know Jabari Toppin is there as well.
Jabari Toppin, he is the coordinator. He's done a lot of work this year. I take my hat off to him for the amount of work he's done in getting to this point. We had the date set for the final from the beginning.
Okay.
Yes, we usually do that from the beginning. So we had to make sure that everything culminated on this day rather than having to push it further into the term. And this is the last week of the term, so if we didn't get it done this week, it would be very difficult.
It would have been difficult, yeah, indeed. In terms of the venue, I know there was some miscommunication. It's always at the Empire Club. You made a decision to switch it to Friendship, but there was a lot of talk. I saw an interesting article in the paper.
Honestly, no, I didn't see the articles. I obviously heard.
You heard about it?
Yeah.
Okay.
The decision to switch the ground was made by the cricket coaches in the National Sports Council and ratified by the management of the National Sports Council.
Okay.
For various reasons, which we don't want to get into at this point in time, but it was changed, and I think part of the problem was miscommunication.
Miscommunication.
Yeah.
I see. That's a big problem. Well, I wish you well. Of course, the finals very much on, and the weather's good. I know you've had some
Weather's
challenges with the
great.
rain, but
The
beautiful
is
weather
great.
today.
The weather is great. I mean, we can ask for a better day.
I'm sure this is your big opportunity to try to get corporate Barbados to come on board. COB is very much on board. I think, I was speaking to Stephen Leslie, who's up next, that this is something that corporate Barbados can get involved in. You're dealing with your children, and I'm sure that your marketing team would be looking seriously at getting corporate Barbados involved for next year.
Yes, certainly. And, you know, it's not just cricket. Corporate Barbados, you know, we can form great partnerships with corporate Barbados where all our sports are concerned, especially dealing with these youngsters. And we operate primarily at the primary level. We do some secondary school competitions and that kind of stuff, but most of our coaches work at the primary level with most of our sports. You can see where track and field is concerned, cricket, and other sports, netball. We deal with lots of primary school kids and lots of various schools. And honestly, the thing, you know, the old people say, money makes the mare fly. It also helps us to put on these competitions for these young people.
Right, indeed. I want to thank you for coming and talking to us. It's been an absolute pleasure. Merry Christmas to you, my friend.
And the same to you, Andy. Thank you very much.
All right, so you can hear the screams in the background. The youngsters here having a wonderful time. Wayne Robinson from the National Sports Council, senior coach responsible for cricket, making some very interesting points. Our final interview will come in a couple seconds. We'll be talking to Stephen Leslie of the BCA. Okay, well, just waiting for Stephen Leslie to join us, but of course, we're going to continue this wonderful
the
show.
Rubis Sports Club
Thank
on the
all
mighty
those
Granite
involved.
Highway.
We're going to throw now to some highlights of the under 15,
Milo Lodge,
and you'll be
the
very
Commonwealth
interested
side
to
being the
see our
defending
youngsters
champions.
on
And the
parade.
early news is that they've won the toss, and quite predictably, they've decided to bowl first, a pitch which should have a great deal of assistance. Chance for a catch taken, down at cover. Mr. Pearson bowling in this good team. Chance for a catch, recognizing the importance of the promotion of the sport despite the fact that things are not going well for cricket in the Caribbean. Half shot for leg before, maybe heading down the leg side. And that's gone away. Bad delivery and put away for 4. Wow. What a way to go. Here now. Bowled him. Fantastic delivery. Bang on target. More trouble for Milo Lodge. The length, right on the off stump. See what I tell you? Bowled him. Right on target. Bang. Oh, he's going to be safe here. Oh, he said wicket.
From Hines, as we see here. Unfortunate. The bat coming right away around.
Oh, he's bowled all over the place. And Hines continues to do such a wonderful job.
So he did the job that he was asked to do, as we see here. One bang on target, middle stump, rock back, doing the job as the strike bowler that his captain brought him back to do, and really a fine spell of fast bowling from Hines.
Rounders here is row in and first to be short and banged away. That's the first 6 of the game. A short ball, and that was hit with contempt. And after that short ball, I would have a man behind there because that short ball was hit further. As this delivery is in short and hit in the air, the field is under it and the catch is dropped. Here is Toppin on the way to bowl to Fort, and Fort, like he's done all day, goes on the back foot and the ball goes through the keeper, goes past the bat and down to the fine leg boundary, and
He's been given. Caught behind. That's been put away. A bad delivery. And despite the fact that Fort is a very defensive.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Lovely high action. Lots of air. Oh,
Yeah.
beautifully bowled.
and now you're watching this competitive game between these two sides. Chance for catch. The catch is taken, and wicket number 7 goes down with Nichols Bacon Comamere still a run shy of taking the lead.
Seems to be impressed by his action and his guile.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So he would love to see the end of this innings before they go in for a break.
He's bowled him. And Seeley gets his 6th wicket. This has been a wonderful spell. In the air. Chance for catch. Is the catch taken?
Catch it.
It is. So, Sargent finishing with 4. And this has been a very good comeback by Milo Lodge, because at the start of day 2, they were way behind when you look at the scoreboard. Just 97. And Nichols Bacon Comamere starting the day on 76 without loss. All up for 113. A good response by Milo Lodge.
Slip in a gully in position. Backward point. Fine leg also in position. This is a bit bowled him. He's gone right through him. Very, very tentative. I'll tell you what. Making sure that the garrison is very well represented. They now utilize the facilities. P for leg before and given. Leg before wicket. So the ball goes for a second failure in this game. 4th. Steams into bowl. And the edge is taken. It might have fallen just in front of the second slip.
Chance for catch. Catch taken.
So here is Jahidi Hines, and this little stroke and is caught at the cover position. Sean Sargent and bowls the delivery, just pitched up and is bowled in. Beautifully bowled. A delivery pitched up and it seemed to have come in with the angle. 7 deliveries for his 12th delivery. Paris is into him and he is forward. There's a P for leg before and given out. Given out, and
Here's Fort to continue. Bowled him. Full and on the off stump. Bowled him. Wow. Wow. So that's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Paris. He gets his 5th wicket.
They got to try to make inroads, and these are the 2 wicket takers from the first innings, and I'm sure they'll think that they got the ability to do it again.
So, let me remind you that there's 78 runs for victory, or Comamere can just play for a draw because they've got first innings. There are 43 overs available, and the 2 batsmen coming up to the middle, Hines and Fort, that gave them a good start in the first innings, an opening stand of 76.
Yeah.
Big appeal for catch of the wicket, gone, caught behind. That's gone to the offside. That's gone for 4.
here is Sonico Sargent from the northern end, and this delivery on the leg stump and whipped away down behind his square. Beautiful shot for 4. 1 for 17. He's in. A delivery tossed up, a full toss, hit high in the air. It is safe. The fielder from long on runs back, and he will only run back to retrieve it. With his final delivery between the umpire and the stump to bowl to Paris. Paris gets short, and steers it through the offside, and will pick up his 22nd run from his 22nd delivery. Over number 12 is done and dusted. And the retossed up, stroke pierces the backward point in the cover. Will get one. An easy single. Run. And here is a drive through the fella. The fielder at the cover region. Turns and runs behind it. Turn and come back for one. Is a Bell on the way to bowl to Hines, and Hines stretches forward and goes for the winning run into the offside. And the Nichols Bacon Combermere have won the Barbados Cricket Association's Under 15 cricket title 2024 with a comprehensive 9 wickets victory over rivals Milo Lodge, finishing on 78 for 1 off 19.5 overs. Jahidi Hines 24 not out from 52 deliveries, and Justin Paris not out 49 from 51 deliveries.
Oh no, an injury. And it results in a boundary as well. Not good news there for Queen's College.
Even bounce, it seems like nothing. But this one is driven brilliantly. Run away in to the boundary with it.
Yes, it does.
8 for 4.
Yeah, umpire Sheena Welch is the umpire, standing umpire. Chance for a catch, and brilliantly taken at the deep mid-wicket position. Suspect is a long off as well. Here's an almighty hit, high, hard, and straight into the Greenwich, and here stands as the international players on the back foot and caught the wicket of RJ Giddens. He takes a short delivery and pulls it to the fielder at a straightish mid wicket inside the 30-yard circle.
Gets back and pulls this one out towards that square leg boundary. Hits the ropes now. So that's the first boundary from Macombi. Goes towards that area again. Back-to-back boundaries form a productive end to over number 33. 133 for 4. Well, gets a badly lined one there. And he punches it. So, we're looking at momentum. We're looking to take advantage of deliveries. That was a bad one. Starts the over. Brilliant. Oh, a shot of class from the young man that has spent time at the crease. This is why Combermere love him. Can he keep it going?
Let's see what he would bowl now.
He drags it down slightly. That's going to be a boundary. That's momentum there. Gets a gift, and a gift accepted to close out the innings. What a way to end things for Combermere. A maximum to take them up to 184 for 5. Well, the catch is put down, but it doesn't matter, given that it was a free hit there. Driven beautifully. Great balance and great execution as well. And it finds its way into the boundary. Lovell gets off the mark. Gets through that offside field again. Could be back-to-back boundaries for him. If this is the intent that I've been talking about, this is Lovell. Wow. Hit away with disdain. Well, they would have needed a third or fourth slip for that one. Instead, it's into the boundary. He's not going to miss out on that. He's been informed from the time he came to the crease, and has been flowing boundaries off the bat of Lovell. And third man that was moved just now comes into play, but can't do the job.
And there is wicket number 2 as Hackett at 19 drags on to Davis, and he gets his first wicket. 1 for 19 in the process of his 4th over for her, and a lot of them have come under her 2-play delivery, which is played to the slip region, and the end of Armstrong O'Devere turned him right around. That went to amaze Queen's College, and they did not get a name to add on to that. I'm sure that the further names have gone. A beautiful shot hit through mid-wicket, lovely shot through long on. Garway, a big 6, short ball delivered by Garway, asking to be hit. Did be hit over long on. It's on the line of leg step and worked away. Fine leg has a long run across and cannot get cross. It's a little too square, the square leg for Raphael Lovell. Well played by the young man, brilliant in his 50. And his 50 came off some 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 fours and 1 650. Off 33 deliveries, 66 minutes, 9 delightful fours and 1 6. The 54 Raphael Lovell as Queen's College amazingly moved to 92 for 3. Beautiful shot over mid-on, which is up, mid-off, sorry. And excellent shot by Lovell.
Hit hard, hit straight.
Any other batter in, take it straight home.
Long on had visions of taking that catch, and the ball cannons into the side screen swat.
Gets it wrong there. Young Paris and pays the ultimate price. They edge ever closer to what will be the first time that Queen's College hold that title in their hand single-handedly and outright. It's now 1 hit away now. And he's gone. So he will not take his team over the line. But what a day and what an innings it has been for Raphael Lovell. In 95 of the finest runs he might probably score in his schoolboy career. Deserving of the handshakes and congratulations that he's gotten, because he's pretty much taken Queen's College to the front door.
Now the shadows lengthen here. You see the sweep range out. A lovely shot that by Captain Zandra Baptiste, just sweeping that one past the fine leg area, square leg area for 4.
The moment that they have dreamed of, a moment of history. For the first time, amaze Queen's College are champions outright of the under-19 cricket in Barbados. They have earned this moment. They have delivered a performance like no other on the biggest of stages. Today, you can say they have carried the light.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for a wonderful game we've had at Kensington Oval. It's good to have the under-19 finals back at the home of cricket in Barbados. This afternoon, we were treated to a very splendid performance from Combermere and Queen's College. Queen's College has come out as the victors.
I now invite Zandra Baptiste of Queen's College to collect the winning trophy for this year. For the first time in their history, Amaze Queen's College champions outright of the BCA Barbados Public Workers Cooperative Credit Union Limited Under 19 tournament.
We get ready for the second half of action coming up shortly here in the COB Credit Union Limited Herman Griffith Primary School Final 2024 showdown between West Terrace, who won the toss in what was perfect conditions here at Friendship and piled on a massive 214 for 3. And it means that Wesley Hall, they will need 215 if they're able to take the title this year. And if they get to that total, I promise you it will be something special. Alongside of me to take you through the early exchanges of this one, I've got Lyndon Yard. Lyndon, 214 on the board. What have you made of the action thus far?
Well, thus far it's been all West Terrace. 214 is a surmountable total. And I think it will take some getting. And if Wesley Hall are to win this title, they will deserve to win it, but they'll have to back out of this game. The wicket is a very, very good wicket. And this is the one time in my life I believe that runs on the board always create that amount of pressure. And the way they went about amassing total of 214 for 3 after 25 overs, thanks to both openers themselves contributing 63 and 61 respectively in Ford and Watson. And that alone amounted for 124 runs and a good opening stand of 160 plus. And I think they will need to get a good start with Wesley Hall's side. I think they were very, very guilty of some very ordinary fielding, and they would have conceded some, I think, 72 extras, and that was aided and abetted by some very sloppy fielding. Balls that should have been stopped made their way to the boundaries, and it's going to be quite costly. But they have to put that behind them. They have the ideal, perfect cricketing conditions, beautiful weather, a good pitch prepared by Andy Dunboy Young, perfect sunshine, and they can make themselves and their school proud if they are to lift an 11th title. They've won the title on 10 occasions, seconded only by Bailey's Primary and West Terrace, looking to make it victory number 2 in this tournament. They have done all the hard work, 214 on the board for 3, and they now have to go and defend that. The umpires out in the middle, umpires Antonio Dixie Mears and none other than Winston Seal. The players are out in the middle, and we are set for a tremendous reply, and it's all for West Terrace to do, Joel.
Yeah, all to play for here at Friendship. There's no going home after this. It will either be a championship or it will be tears. Who will come out on top? History favors Wesley Hall, but will history be turned today? West Terrace at 214, they give themselves a wonderful chance of taking what you heard earlier will be their second title in a Herman Griffith competitions. So very soon we're going to have what will be the response of Wesley Hall, who had a very nice chat with their PE teachers and coaches. They were given all the advice and motivation required to go out there and get this total. But it's up to these young lads, the 11 who will have bat for Wesley Hall.
And blaring in the background the sweet sounds of David Rudder rally around the West Indies. We'll see who they'll be rallying around here. And the West Terrace, the winners in 2014, defeating Charles F. Brooms. And the openers out in the middle, Adamson, Ford, and Rogers. And momentarily, we will have the response to this challenging total of 215 made by West Terrace. And of course, it's the National Sports Council, City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, Herman Griffith Under 13 final, live streaming on the Barbados Cricket Association.org, www.org, and of course CBC TV8. The first ball is about to be bowled, and it's going to be Ford who opened the bat, and he faced the first ball, and he's also going to bowl the first ball.
Well, this could have been an interesting moment. The overthrow meant that they were able to get one, but for some time, Messiah was standing up and just watching roll come towards him. Would have been absolute disaster had that been a run out.
What you call ball watching, not how the West Terrace openers went about. They went in between the wicket, they just played the ball and took off, look at each other and took off. So have a very, very good understanding. So these two, Adamson, Ford and Rogers, will have to get it right. Ford operating left arm between the umpire and the stumps from the highway end or the southern end of the ground. Besides your money being in the city of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union, where's your money on this game?
You're giving me money I don't have. The few cents I possess at the moment, I think I will tilt towards West Terrace just simply because of the extras factor. That played a major role in allowing that 214, and that's not to say that West Terrace won't bowl extras, but you just tell yourself, if they're able to bowl less extras than Wesley Hall, probably they might get out as winners here.
I support that wholeheartedly. And we've just seen 5 deliveries delivered in the first over and only 4 runs being conceded in the first innings of the West Terrace batting. They conceded 9 runs in the first over, and I think 6 were extras. So
a brilliant first over comes to an end. It's 4 without loss.
yes, and a good over sent down there by Neymar Ford, left arm spin operating between the umpire and the stumps. All a good line, and they just conceded some 4 runs in that over, including 3 extras that he would have given away and 3 wides. And that's going to be the critical factor here, the wides. But while we will have some wides, remember wides are not being bowled over. Wides and the no balls will count for 2 in the first 23 overs. Then they'll be bowled over in overs 24 and 25. It still requires the Wesley Hall batting, who their headmaster is very much head teacher, is very much at the grounds. In your time we would have said headmaster, now they say head teacher. And 4 without loss, and as I said, it would mean that these two will need to get some bat on the ball, as young Corbin is going to take it up.
Well, his father is known for bat in hand. Caelan Corbin will be opening the bowling here for West Terrace. Starts on the mark.
Nice little in swinger, so a little inward movement with the young man, slimly built. And you can see him every Saturday and Sunday religiously at his father's game, whether the university are playing home or not, who are eyeing relegation, ironically. And it's a clash themselves and Gladiola.
This is where I would like to make the comparison as we go over this game, not as a critique for the young men, but majority of the wides came from the seamers, the fast bowlers from Wesley Hall. And for me, I'm going to keep my eye on the seamers and the pacers from West Terrace to see whether or not, you know, they struggle to control the ball in the same manner. Good looking shot. The shot of a man in form. First boundary of the innings.
Beautifully driven through the covers. Lovely, exquisite shot by Rule. He just waited and used the pace of that delivery from Corbin. Pitched up the in-swinger coming in. Got it to the left leg to the pitch of the ball. And essayed it through the cover region. Lovely, good control shot all along the carpet. And that has got the Wesley Hall score going. And they move up to 8 without loss in over number 2.
Just a bit of a warning there from the umpire, just in terms of where they're running on the wicket. But after playing a shot like that, I think I'll allow him just for a bit. Honestly, at the top of the order, well balanced, didn't look to overhit it, placed it through that cover region, prompted a change in the field as well. just pulls back the length a bit. And this is going to pose a problem here. This running between these two. A different picture to what we saw when West Terrace were batting.
Yes, most definitely. I think that young Messiah is more ball watching than anything else. So he needs to look at the batsman rather than just following the ball, because then he's finding himself having to move off late. And that's the second opportunity where he basically scrambled home, but a good bit of feeling by the fielder at square leg, who did a little bit of football and controlled the ball with his left boot and was able to prevent 2. And 9 for loss of no wicket in over number 2.
Yes.
Some good exchanges here between Corbin and this opening pair. Now, what was interesting to note, and it shows thinking of probably somebody even beyond his years, Corbin, whereby he overpitched one delivery. You saw him drag that length back quite nicely for the last 2.
I think the value of being around his father, the value of understanding cricket, and understanding the art of bowling, which is good for the young man.
Oh, it's dropped. It could have been wicket number 1. Instead, it's the end of 2 overs. 9 without loss.
A beautiful over, beautiful over. Caught Messiah there by surprise with that short delivery. And he was looking to get on the front foot. He pulled it down, banged it into the wicket. Remember, he's maybe, I would say, 2 feet 1 in height. So remember, to get a ball up by the batsman head, who's maybe 2 feet 4, it would take a lot of banging, and he's very, very small. If I was to estimate his weight, maybe 60 pounds if so much. And he banged it into the wicket, caught him coming onto the front foot, and the keeper should have taken that, but it meant that the keeper had to dive to take the catch. In the end, he was prepared to run for it and not, as they say, young parlance, bust a dive. And had he come up with a catch, it would have been a good catch. And he put the catch down. 9 for 1. Catches win matches. But you were saying the early exchanges that definitely West Terrace side have started better in terms of their restriction of the flow of runs and a chance going to beg it.
Two runs added to the total, but yeah, a quieter start here for Wesley Hall. But even though it's been quieter, I've enjoyed what I've seen from the opening batters, just in terms of that technical aspect of things.
Roll not looking very convinced against the spin. Almost played that one back to the bowler, who didn't follow through, so he needs to be alert, the bowler. Neymar Ford.
Another case of interesting running to get home though. Signal leg buys. They were thinking maybe could have gotten their first wicket, but heading down with the angle, going down the leg side.
They probably had a chance with the run out as well, but the fielder at short, fine leg, he just never came to the ball. He actually waited for the ball to come to him, and had he moved into the ball, he could have put the batting side under some more pressure. However, fortune favours the brave. Wesley Hall in response to a massive total of 215 to win the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union Herman Griffith on the 13th final, year 12 without loss.
Well bowled and well played. Said fortune favours the brave, but the running has been a bit timid. Such as favouring the timid at the moment. I count maybe 3 close run out opportunities in the early exchanges. And you think about it, you look at the total that they're going at, you definitely don't want to fall via the run out route here at the start. The end of 3 overs. It is
Wesley Hall.
So after 3 overs, amazing Wesley Hall, 12 without loss. He is on 1 and roll. He is on 5. 12 without loss after 3 overs.
Good work by the man running around to that fine leg position, and that too is something that we didn't see from Wesley Hall when they were in the field. Quite a few misfields helped the momentum of West Terrace at the start as well. So I point two factors then, the extras factor and the fielding factor. If those two are better from West Terrace, then I will tell myself that they could be lifting the title here today.
Well, they've definitely exhibited the better fielding positions thus far with their field placing. And of course, the West Terrace side, sponsored by Williams Industry, and amazing deals. Wesley Hall looking for an 11th championship in this tournament, which got going in 1980. So that's almost 44 years ago. Of course, there was that period when there was no play during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Another dot ball. So Kalen Corbin continues to be economical, continues to be tight, but also continues to be impressive because just the measure of control that he possesses at the moment is phenomenal for his age.
What I like about him is that basically you have to play every ball. He's going to answer your question every delivery. He's not bowling outside of the stump. He's actually bowling at the batsman and at the stump with an swinger. So you have to he's asking questions, which is always a good sign. Back to the top of his mark, turns inside the COB and the NSC, National Sports Council, abbreviation for the representation of their respective companies. 15 without loss over number 4.
Up is for some time, and another chance for a run out. It's all happening here, helter skelter. And yet again, it favors the timid.
Oh yes, and Messiah again, not in control, just lobbed the ball up in the air. But he got it over the bowler's head, not enough to get down to mid-on and mid-off. And there is Rule just standing his ground, not interested in the swinger whatsoever. So I would not be surprised if one of these two falls by the run out.
Maybe gets away with the height slightly there on that one, but I don't think too many would argue with you on the possibility of the first wicket coming via the run-out route. Looking at some quick odds, I'm seeing 70 to 30 favouring the run-out route.
Oh yes. Luckily that the fielder who picked up the ball was not fully well aware of what was going on, because Messiah had come more than half the way down the wicket, so maybe past the 17-yard mark, and was basically in no man's land with Rule standing at his non-striker's end. The end of another good over, sent down there by young Kalen Corbin. Son of Kyle Corbin, he's now sent on 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. But Joel, I'm sure you would agree with me, he's bowled impressively well, with his control especially, and first maiden of the game.
Yeah, as he was walking back to his mark, and we see here the crowds that have gathered. You would say it's a bumper crowd here at Friendship to take in this Herman Griffith Primary School cricket action. And that's what you have to love when it comes to primary school sports. As well, you see the schoolmates there, you see the parents there. Clipped into the leg side, and they get 2. Yeah, but just to go back to Corbin. Oh wow, is that close? Is that out? Yes it is. Well indeed, it's come via the run out route. West Terrace have got a big wicket here.
Yes, and predictably, you said when you look at the monitor, it did go 50, 30, 70. These two will be separated via the run-out route. And there is Josiah with his throw in from square leg. The two was not on. The young man Josiah chased the ball from square leg. The ball beat him to his right. He turned. The ball didn't go too far. And Allison Ford getting on the ball quite quickly. And by the time he had gotten the ball into his grips, the keeper had collected the ball, and the batsman stranded down the wicket. Young Rule, as I said, he was ball watching last over, and you can see these things happening, not something that you will want to see, but it's something that the coach will need to work on, especially with these two opening the batting.
Yeah, just also looking at that replay. It's a case of not sliding that bat as well as he was coming towards that crease, just looking to push it in. And just those small things, just wonder if maybe he has slid his bat, if he might have gotten in there. But the first wicket gone for 6. 16 for 1. New batter to the crease is the captain, Samuel Harry. Open the bowling for his side. No batting at 3, and he's got a big part to play in this one. Well, it was high. Signal no ball, but could be a run out again. Missed the stump, and because of that, he got in. Oh, wow. Oh.
Interesting. In his exuberance to dislodge the stumps, the keeper would have missed it. And Wesley Hall, amazing deals. Wesley Hall, they live to fight on. They're living dangerously at the moment. 19 for 1 in pursuit of 215 for victory.
They're living on a nice edge with absolutely no shoes on. Taking quite a few risks when it comes to their running out there. Just have to settle the nerves ever so slightly, Wesley Hall. A few parents around with hands and mouths watching this running.
As that over comes to an end, the end of over number 4. Amazing deals. Wesley Hall, they're 19 for 1 in response to Williams Industries' West Terrace, who amassed 214 for 3. And looking back through the performances of this year's tournament, I want to commend young Zanaya Bruce, a female cricketer, 31, 52 not out versus St. Jude's. 6 for 4, including a hat trick against St. Jude's Primary. She also struck 40 out against Griffith, and she had scores of 131 runs for the tournament, 13 wickets in 5 matches. What a commendable performance, and just want to encourage her coach and her parents to give the young lady all the support. You know, she's up against all odds, but there's a saying that if a woman can do it, a man can do it, and definitely she's shown her class as an all-rounder. Congratulations to her, and hope that she goes from strength to strength with those scores of 52 not out against St. Jude's, 31 versus Wesley Hall, who are backs against the wall, 40 not out. So it seems as though the youngsters found problems getting her out. 40 not out versus Grizette's Primary, and 13 wickets she accounted for, including 6 for 4 that also involved a beaver trick against St. Jude's.
Well, he's went for the short ball on a couple occasions, Caelan Carbin, and he's causing problems here for these batters. It just goes back to that control, goes back to that accuracy, and you really see the training that has gone into producing the skill set that we're seeing. You start to pencil in names from very early, because you heard Lyndon talk about a lot of the names that have played this tournament, and the fact that a couple of them have gone on to play for Barbados, gone on to play for West Indies. You just wonder if any of the names that we're calling here today might in fact go on to do the same. Yeah, a couple come to my mind when I think about how West Terrace batted. When I look at how Corbin's here bowling now, I'm seeing a few youngsters that could definitely break themselves into, let's say, a Barbados under 13 setup, and then find themselves going through the system, and then all of a sudden we start to call the names a little more often.
Oh yes, he definitely has all the traits, all the trademark. Like his consistency of attacking the stumps.
Talking about attacking the stumps, he gets his first of the contest. They're off to the races. Another big one for West Terrace.
And Captain Harry goes. He's been castled. His leg stump has been rocked back. The in-swinger. And what a lovely little in-swing this young man, Kalen Corbin, has in his hand. And I can tell you that the Williams Industries West Terrace, the cock-a-hoop here at Friendship in St. Michael, Huddersfield Turner to be exact. We're in pursuit of a target of 215 for victory. Amazing deals. Wesley Hall is serious trouble, 23 for 2.
Serious trouble and serious pace on hand from Kalen Corbin. Oh, a deadly delivery that, coming back in on the angle, a bit of swing as well from him. And that has sent them running all around. The parents are up. They might lose a pong or two if they keep this up.
And young Cristiano McConney makes his way to the crease. And young Harry is very, very disgusted with the fact that he's been bowled, but never saw that delivery. He was beaten for pace, not only inward movement, but also beaten for pace, lack of technique, lack of proper technique, I should say. And traditionally, when you find an in-swing bowler, you would need your bat and pad very, very close together. And he found the gap, went through the gap, and plucked the leg stump out. And 23 for the loss of 2. And the National Sports Council's City of Bridgetown sponsored Cooperative Credit Union Herman on the 13th final at the moment. A huge advantage to Williams Industries West Terrace.
They're looking to break a 9-year drought since having their hands on this trophy. And at the moment, I think they maybe have one finger on it. This game not over though. Quite a few overs still left in the contest. Still batting to come for Wesley Hall, who have earned the right to be here on the back of some fantastic performances in this year's tournament. So not writing them out of the contest just yet. But they're staring down, or staring at right now, a young man who is on fire.
No ball delivered there by Corbin, who's opted to go around the wicket to the left-handed McConney. And the first delivery just firing past the outside edge as he attempted to play the ball into the offside. Taken by the keeper, who's looked good behind the stumps as well. So I'll say that pound for pound at this stage, in comparison to what I've seen before when West Terrace batted, and in comparing what they've done thus far to the Wesley Hall side, they are superior in preparation and an ability display and execution in comparison to their opponents.
Double delight for Corbin. He's disturbed the woodwork again. They're on a track at the moment. They're running all around here and running rings around Wesley Hall.
And congratulations to the young man again. The importance of bowling of stumps. What he did this time, he pulled the length back, and McConney had no answer whatsoever. He's a left-hander, and in only his 2 deliveries they faced, he lost his stumps, which was pushed back with a half tracker really and truly. And had he had any defense, he would have been able to stop that ball. That's not the case. And Wesley Hall, I'm going to call it at this stage, it will take a miracle, something miraculous, not even bad weather can help them at the moment. I'm going to write them off at 25 for 3, because I think, Joel, and you would want to agree with me, without being too harsh on the youngsters. Not being harsh, but if you call a spade, you don't find a lot of good batsmen batting at 5, 6, and 7. You think that the creme de la creme is within the first 4. And the first 4 for the amazing deals, Wesley Hall really have no answer to young Keelan Corbin, who has figures of 3 overs, 1 meetings, 2 for 10, and in pursuit of a 215, which is a million miles off. Wesley Hall at 25 for 3.
I dare not write them off just yet. I dare not pronounce the benediction, because I do know that within these Wesley Hall boys there's a fight inside of there. I know there's coaching staff and PE teachers who are willing them on. And yes, it will take something, but who knows, maybe today we see the spark that we're looking for in terms of a young man. You might call the future of cricket. At the moment though, it is certainly all West Terrace. They've been consistent, they've been patient, and they've reaped the rewards for it. Comes off an edge. They're able to get one. I just want to take our minds back a bit to when Corbin was bowling in that over. You saw the no ball, and I made a point to just look at the screen to see what he might do, because I'm looking to see the thinking of the young man as well, and he made that adjustment. So he picked up his bowling marker, took it a half pace back, as well as just those little small things that you're able to identify in a young man who is not only just to control what he's doing with the ball, but he's also able to think about what he's doing in terms of his run up, his approach to the crease as well, and able to make those small adjustments that then 2 deliveries later produced a wicket as well. And it's just those little small things that tell you about a young man who someone has invested in.
Oh yes, and one definitely has to commend his father. I don't want to take it from his mum as well, but as I said, every UAE game that I do, he's always at the game, and he will play alongside his father. So while his father's on the square playing, he's consistently playing. He will find some child there to play with, and if he doesn't find a child, he will utilize one of the players who are sitting to have a game with them, their own personal game. So he's reaping the rewards of hard work, and not a lot of these youngsters you will see on at a cricket game on any Saturday and Sunday. 26 for 3. This is over number 7.
They're really bowling in pairs here. 26 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, just to give you some figures, Neymar Ford now sent down 4 overs, no maiden, none for 13, and Kaelin Corbin 3 overs, 1 maiden, and he's picked up 2 for 10. The interesting thing here is whether they will go for broke and have these 2 bowl their 5 consecutively, or whether we ring the changes. And I can tell you that young Corbin still has the ball in his hands. He has no intention of putting it down, so will possibly bowl his 5 straight, and haven't picked up 2 wickets. The Wesley Hall side, amazing deals. Wesley Hall 26 for 3 in pursuit of a target of 215 after the Williams Industries West Terrace made an imposing 214 for 3.
You couldn't take that ball out of my hand if I was bowling. Is that in line? Is that the 3rd? Oh wow, I nearly thought an umpire's hand was going to go up there.
It'd be interesting to see the replay, because it did hit him on the full, and when the umpire hand came from behind his back, we thought it was coming up. But maybe in the opinion of umpire Winston, he probably adjudicated that one might have been missing leg. Not a lot of movement from Messiah, who's been at the crease from the inception, from a long while, and he has only 3 against his name, 3 of 26. Extras are already 16.
He's now changing his guard. I'm just wondering if he's taking up an off-stump guard based on what I'm seeing. Well, definitely not now that he's repositioned. So maybe asking the umpire for middle and leg, if I'm to assume based on what I think I saw there just now. Corbin to continue. Bottom edge on that one allows Messiah to add 1 more to his tally.
And little or no foot movement there from Messiah. Kimar Messiah having faced some 22 deliveries, now up to 4. The Wesley Hall up to 27 for 3. A quiet camp. You said you'd still have some belief that they can find their way back. I think you're just keeping hope alive. Nothing wrong with that.
And this is why hope still remains in behind it quite solidly. There's Alman Smith. Quite a big lad as well when I look around the field and I make comparisons.
I think he's the biggest on both sides.
Yeah, maybe he has that power hitting factor. He's just been there for 3 deliveries. So maybe with a little more time at the crease, you might see him explode. Who knows? Once again, back and across and behind it. Not flustered by the occasion, not flustered by the fact that they're 3 down now.
Looks good. Getting the line very nice and very easy. And should be pretty easy to see off young Corbin, who, as I said, predominantly bowls the in-swinger, but more than likely he maybe just needed a little to straighten the ball a little bit. But I like his action, I like his approach to the wicket, very smooth, very conservative within his rhythm, how much energy he exerts.
Looks as if Almond Smith has decided that he's not going to take any chances, not going to take any risk versus Corbin, and you can definitely understand that given the threat he has posed.
Well, he's the only batsman that's come to the crease so far that's looked equal to the task of facing young Corbin. And he has just another 1 delivery remaining over number 8 to survive.
Eight overs been bowled. It's 27 for 3.
And quiet Messiah remains on 4. Almond Smith is yet to score, but he does look good. And together with young Messiah, we hope at least 2 can repair the innings here for the struggling Amazing Deals Wesley Hall School, who are up against a resurgent Williams Industries West Terrace.
Well, just a bit of a comparison at this stage. West Terrace, after 8 overs, were 72 without loss. In reply, Wesley Hall 27 for 3. So an innings of stark contrast, but I go back to saying that there's so many overs left in this contest, and knowing the level that we're playing at, you know, you do expect maybe a mistake or 2, maybe that might play in the favor of Wesley Hall. We do expect to see maybe a couple more extras that could play in the favor of Wesley Hall, but maybe also a bright spark, of a young man who's going to show us that he's one for the future.
We're going to have a bowling change from the southern end of the ground.
Catch taken with ball number 1. He's brought down another.
Ryan Martindale, the new bowler. So they'll be pitched up. And there is Messiah, who I thought occupied the crease without looking in control. Looked as though he could have been run out on any given occasion. And the length of time he spent at the crease, he wasn't getting the way of the delivery. And he took a delivery ball with a double swing action. And a half volley basically hit it to short mid wicket. The catch is taken. And further trouble. And once again, I know you're trying to delay the inevitable. You're being kind to Wesley Hall. 27 for 3 becomes 27 for 4 as the first ball from the pacer operated from the highway end. And Amazing Deals Wesley Hall. They are further in trouble. 27 for 4.
Just at the bottom of your screen, there is Kyle Corbin having a conversation with his son, Kalen Corbin. What's the advice that he's passing on there now? And this is what I've been talking about all day in terms of, you know, having those mentors around the boundary, passing on instructions. That's not a bad man to be taking advice from at this stage of the game, or in fact in any game for that matter. They are screaming, they're blowing whistles, they're chanting right here at Friendship.
Neymar Ford haven't taken the catch, the captain.
Oh, he's probably done some damage there. That will be a no ball for height. We do hope.
And it's caught him in the midriff area. And as I said, he has a double swing action. I'm sure it's not intentional whatsoever. And the umpires are just going to have a look at the young man, DeMarco Giddens, who's just gone to the crease with his team in trouble, 27 for 4. And we have the paramedics on hand as well. And kudos to the National Sports Council for ensuring that the rules are upheld with junior cricket. So each player must wear pads, gloves, a box is a requirement, and a helmet. So you're not allowed to go without those things. And we've seen over the years some of that cricket has been crept in where some youngsters will play without helmets or a box. It's a situation sometimes that they aren't aware that they have to wear a box, and sometimes some don't have a box. And you can get those situations where it's just about getting to the crease to bat. My turn to bat, you know. So it's good awareness that the National Sports Council has instituted that rule, that these are the requirements for every batsman. It doesn't matter what number you're batting at, it doesn't matter how good you can bat,
and protection of the youth is always very, very important.
Yep, safety first is the rule right here in this Herman Griffith competition. A bit of sportsmanship on offer as well, because after a bit of treatment for Smith, I saw Martindale have a conversation with him, then the two just had a little bit of a bump fist as well. So I enjoyed that sportsmanship factor between the two, because obviously it was a mistake from Martindale. Still probably slightly winded from that one. Not the biggest of frames on offer, not much meat.
Kind of my frame.
Yeah, not enough meat to cushion the bones. It reminds me of me 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, at that tender age.
I was ready for that part.
Competition. They used to call me El Bonzeo, meaning the bones. that was me in primary school.
Well, that definitely would have winded him, because once you get an unexpected blow, it kind of catches you by surprise. And the young man haven't taken that blow. Gittins, he's still there, so fighting fire with fire. And I'm sure he's intent on pulling his team over the line in the process of over number 9. 8 overs and 2 deliveries gone. 27 for 4.
Well, left outside of the off stump. Quite a few nice pacers on offer here for West Terrace. Saw Corbin, you're seeing Martindale now. You saw a lovely left arm spinner in Neymar Ford. This attack is looking quite nice.
Yeah, looks a well organized attack. Looks to be a winning attack, if I can say that at this moment. I've been saying it for quite some while, but I know you're remaining on the optimistic side.
Sneaks through like an unwanted visitor, but doesn't find its way towards the stumps. Martindale for a second thought. That could be number 2.
Ball making its way down to the fielder on the fine leg position. And they took one, as Harold would say, is a long stopper. So he's in the right position. He's going to save some boundaries.
Even something like having the man at long stop just goes back to the thinking that has gone in to their planning, because traditionally you will see the man at fine leg, you'll see the man at third man, but understanding the dynamics of primary school cricket, that your keeper, yes, is good, but still you need that protection, because all of those add to the total, and the man at fine leg can't necessarily get around to cover the keeper each time. Wrapped on the pad, he's gone. The destruction continues, and it's wicket number 2 for Martindale.
Yes, a good delivery on about that line of the off stump, and the left arm coming in and not going across as normal, and the batsman on the back foot never got in a stride. Ball beating him for pace, and like I said, when you get on to batting 6, 7 and 8, you don't get the better batsmen, you get batsmen who are on the fringe, and hence 28 for 5. So at the moment it's looking very, very shocking for Amazing D's Wesley Hall. They are in danger of going under by a huge total, 28 for 5, and that concludes over number 9. So we just 1 over shy of the halfway stage, and I'm sure they will welcome that halfway break where they will want to reassert their position, reassess, and young Kimari Nichols goes to the crease with his team in a crisis. I'm not so sure that they have the answer for a crisis at the primary school level. Wesley Hall 28 for 5, and they're in pursuit of a massive total of 215 for victory. So the amazing figures of Ryan Martindale: 1 over, a maiden, and he took 2 wickets. So even his figures are even more impressive than Killian Corbin. So the second maiden of the innings just about sums up the dominance of Williams Industries West Terrace in this, the National Sports Council's City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union Herman Griffith on the 13 finals. And Joel, before we depart after this over, I'm sure you're going to put in the benediction.
Not so sure you're going to come back after this is over.
A change of bowling here now. Cesario Adamson Ford. Gonna have to pull out there. And the keeper now opting to be up to the stumps.
That's additional pressure.
Also tells you what the confidence of the keeper as well.
Straight short mid on in position as well. And the short cover. So they're really on the attack basically. And rightfully so.
Keeper gets across to that one and takes a bit of the pace off of it.
Given some assistance by his fielder from Gully. So the short third man. There's a Gully, there's a backward point, there's a cover point. Short cover, long off, a shortish mid on, straight mid wicket, deep square leg. And that's the field, the mid off and now being long off, now being brought very, very straight. With Wesley Hall 28 for 5. Not good news for the 10 times champions.
It's maybe struggling a bit, the keeper being up to the stumps. Well, he's going to remain there. In fact, no, takes a couple steps back. No, I think he's going to come back forward again.
Well, he's having his problems as well. He's not collecting the ball. 2 deliveries he hasn't collected from young Ford. Almost Ford.
Yeah, just takes a couple steps off the stumps now. Just giving himself some time to see that one into the hands. Probably slightly rushed up to the stumps.
Ford not quite happy with his run-up. Comes up, doesn't deliver, and then he runs back to his mark. Remarks his run-up. And we're starting fresh.
I've really been impressed with the fielding efforts of West Terrace. Impressed with just the little things, getting the body around, picking up cleanly, throwing it back into the keeper to kill the ball. You know, just they're doing what we consider to be the basics right at this level. It just tells me about the future that these lads could probably have in the game. Behind it quite nicely.
The level of alertness is very, very high indeed. And they're backing up the bowlers, they're getting into good positions, and they're very much following the game. And Gittins is yet to score. Linton is also yet to score. 28 for 5. 1 delivery shy of over number 10.
Completes the third maiden of the innings. 10 bowled, it's 28 for 5.
And at the break, I can tell you the Wesley Hall School amazing deals. Wesley Hall, they're 28 for 5. Giddens yet to score. Hines yet to score. And just to give you the scorecard, we're Neymar Messiah was caught by Ford off the ball of Martindale for 4. Jaden Roll was run out by Adamson Ford off the for 6. Samuel Harry, the captain, was bowled by Corbin for 1. Cristiano McConney was bowled by Corbin out scoring. Josiah Altman Smith, he was bowled leg before wicket to Martindale without scoring. DeMarco Giddens, he's not no score, having faced 8 deliveries, and also yet to score is Zidane Hines. Extras 17, 1 by 3 leg byes, 9 wides, and 4 no balls. 28 for 5 in 10 overs. And to give you some bowling figures, Neymar 40 left arm spinner starting from the highway end. 4 overs no made is done for 13 Killian Corbin. 4 overs, 1 million, 2 for 12. And then Preston Spell operating from the northern end. Ryan Martindale from the highway end. 1 over, 1 maiden. And he's picked up 2 wickets. And Jazario Adamson Ford 1 over, 1 maiden. No runs and no wickets. So as Donovan Lovell joins me, I'm sure he is a die-hard Wesley Hall fan. And Donovan, what can Wesley Hall do? Amazing deals Wesley Hall do to get themselves back in the game. As we know, Williams Industries is all about buildings of all kinds of sorts in Barbados. And by sponsoring West Terrace, they are firmly in control of the National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Cooperative Credit Union. Herman Griffith Schools under 13 final is their way back for Wesley Hall.
Well, good afternoon to you, first of all, and our viewers. I'm a fan of young cricketers looking to progress in terms of the game, and indeed the Wesley Hall side here not progressing as well as they would like. 28 for 5 would suggest to me that they're staying down the barrel of a gun, so to speak, for lack of a better phrase, and really outplayed by Williams Industries West Terrace, who from the beginning showed the dominance in terms of batting and really get up to 214. In my opinion, runs on the board, chasing in the final is always difficult for the team batting second. And when the Wesley Hall team, the amazing deal Wesley Hall lost their early batters, that showed me, and that was a sign to me that the writing was certainly on the wall. And at 28 for 5, I honestly, unless Gittins and Hines have other ideas and other plans, I don't see them getting back from here.
Well, we are dealing with children, so I will retract your phrase, staring on the barrel of a gun, and I'll just say that there's no light at the end of the tunnel. And with them now, we're starting 28 for 5, still 187 adrift. I will leave you in the capable hands of Andrew Mason, who will join you, and together I'm sure you two will get it going.
Yes, well, certainly the support for both teams, I must say, have been really good. And I can look around the ground and I can tell you that to my left, closer to the Huddleston turning road, I can see there's a whole set of people on the hard court, and as we make our way around the ground, all the tents here are really packed with supporters, mums, dads, uncles, aunties, friends, the school support in terms of the children, and indeed the support is great. And I'm telling you, here, if you're not here ready to see it, it's really a spectacle here at the Friendship Playing Field in this National Sports Council City of Bridgetown Herman Griffith on the 13 finals. As we start again after the break, it is Martindale who continues and starts with a dot ball bang on target. Looking to press home the advantage, the West Terrace side. Field placings have been good in the field. Catching has been good as well. And so far, a complete game from this well-oiled unit. Again, a delivery, bang on target. Hines, who is on strike, not yet off the mark, still can't score. Discipline in terms of the bowling so far from the Williams Industries West Terrace. Still no run. And when it was last on, I had given you some names in terms of names to look out for. And some of them are playing today for the Wesley Hall side. Samuel Henry, Jaden Roll, Kamali Linton, young left leg break bowler. As he bowled him, as Andrew Mason rejoined us Hines is comprehensively beaten and bowled by Martindale. And really, the Bills were all over the place at 28 for 6. Andrew, as you rejoin me, you got that wicket, so you have now 1 for none indeed. Wesley Hall in all kinds of trouble here at the Friendship Ground.
There indeed. It's a very ordinary performance from them, 28 for 6. So it looks very much as if they're going to go on to lose this. The reality is that the West Terrace side doing well. Look at that. Bang on target. What they've done very well, they've been able to attack the stumps. Unlike, in fact, when Wesley Hall were actually bowling, there were several wides. And you note with interest that Ford was on target, Corbin on target, Martindale on target as well, producing some extremely good deliveries, and as a result the Wesley Hall team in big trouble, and unless something dramatic happens may very well go on to lose this and lose it comfortably.
Yeah, certainly the West Terrace team really disciplined in the bowling, and for me that was key.
Yeah, I think when you look at Ford, you look at Corbin, good attacks, bang on target on the stumps, and this has been a very good effort. What West Terrace have done pretty well too is that they've got, as we say, long stopper, because you know sometimes the ball will go through the keeper, and they've been able to save a lot of extras as a result of having the fielder just behind the keeper. So 11 gone, 32 for 6.
Yeah, Watson has been pretty good, the captain, and Martin and his troops really. He set some pretty good fields, and the batters who are not as strong as their batters, they're making sure that the field is tight, keeping them and not giving them the easy single, and really accuracy in terms of the bowling, and that too, and some wonderful field placements, and also their fielders diving around in the field and saving those runs. And also far, it's been a really good effort from the Williams Industries West Terrace.
And West Terrace, they've been good in the field. The captain, as you said, has set, as they say, some tight fields as well. And they've been good. They've been by far the better side and should go on to win, and win comfortably here. Game being watched by a very good crowd indeed. No question about that at all. Lots of support for both schools, as you would expect.
Yes, and that 33 for 6. 33 for 6 really is an indication that Wesley Hall is certainly under pressure and certainly struggling here. Missed some good bowling by the West Terrace side.
I can't see the screen. I can't find the cursor. I can't find the cursor.
Who's this in that bowling?
The other thing too is that the Wesley Hall's side, they've really had challenges in getting the ball off the square. That's another thing too. When West Terrace batted, they were able to cut a couple of boundaries, and I thought that they timed the ball much better as well. That's going to be called a wide by umpire Winston Seal, who's been very busy today, along with umpire Antonio Mears, a name that is very well known in local cricket. Remember the days when we thought that Antonio would have gone on to possibly play for the West Indies, play with lots of ability. Remember him?
Very good on the wrong player. Good with the ball, the bat, and excellent in the field.
So again, that inability to get a run. DeMarco Gittins is a batsman. He's actually on 2 from as many as 11 balls. Messiah made 4 from 23. Roll got 6 from 10. And Gittins has faced 12 balls so far for his 2. Martindale has faced 4 balls and has not made a run. And the rate required, in case you're interested, is 13.29.
Yes, indeed. It keeps climbing as well. Really, the Wesley Hall batters finding themselves in unfamiliar territory. They played some good cricket really throughout this tournament, but 214 on the board really is pressure from beginning really to the end, as they would say, scoreboard pressure, and really they're fighting and trying hard to see how best they can approach that. I'm going to call a couple names here for you quickly, Andrew, and for our viewers. The King brothers from St. Gabriel's School, Oliver and Jasper. Those are 2 young cricketers again who you must listen out for. 202 runs coming in to this final was the most runs. That was Jasper King, and narrowly missed out 100. I think he got 96 or 97 in one of the preliminary games, but he, really young Jasper, is a very good prospect. He bats well, he can bowl, and also along with his brother Oliver, who's also a very good bowler and a batter as well. Scored half century in the semi-finals at Lears. So these are 2 players to listen out for again. I'm going to call one more name before I go on. And this is a young fast bowler from St. Albans, youngster by the name of Kevonte Hippolyte, speedster. He's really quick for his age.
Yeah, you were telling me about him.
Yes.
A bit earlier. I certainly want to make a note of that name, because
certainly
you got to identify these youngsters from very early and work with them.
It's so true.
We need fast bowlers.
He's certainly one for the future. He's
repeat the name.
Yes. Kevonte Hippolyte.
Kevonte Hippolyte from St. Albans.
Yes, so you listen up for that name. That's one I'm telling you for the future. But he's one of the people to bring into on the 13th.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
The National Sports Council. There we are going to be having development squads for the under 13s, the under 19s as well, and the under 17s. Are really in the hopes of getting these youngsters together so they can really improve their craft, and also look at tours, getting these youngsters, giving them the exposure and the experience, and getting them ready for the world of cricket. Again, thanks to the wonderful and hard-working staff of the National Sports Council, led by our director, Mr. Neil Murden, and our chairman, Mr. MacDonald Fingal.
Yes, I think both of them are here. MacDonald Fingal.
Yes, and also our acting director, Mr. Emerson Bascom, and our assistant director, Mr. Ryan Toppin. Hard-working Ryan Toppin, I must add, and also a senior coach, Mr. Wayne Robinson, who continues to do a tremendous job in shaping the landscape of sports in this country.
Your minister is here as well, Charles Griffith.
Yes, he is, and it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the fact that he's given us tremendous support, and he's trying his best to get all out of our coaches in terms of getting us programs to get us better in terms of courses and further qualifications and all the equipment we need. So a big thank you to the Minister of Sports and Community Development, the Very Honorable Mr. Charles Griffith, who continues to do a fine job, and we're really happy to have him and pleased with the work that he's doing in that ministry.
Yeah, I think he was here from very early this morning to watch the youngsters on parade, watching Wesley Hall playing against West Terrace. The West Terrace side very much in control here. So Watts is the bowler. The keeper looks pretty sharp behind the stumps. Not bad at all. Whipping the bails off.
That's young Watson, the captain.
Yep.
I tell you, he's pretty good. With wicket keeping genes in the family, to say, the grandson of Mike Worrell.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah, so, you can see where the talent comes from, really.
Isn't that wonderful? I wonder if Mike is here.
Yes, he normally follows the game, so
yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's here somewhere in the crowd.
Look at that again, yeah. Whipping the bails off. Beautiful work.
Yeah, he's pretty good himself. And young Wilkinson from St. Cyprian, the son of Barry Wilkinson, is also very good.
Oh, he's a keeper.
Oh,
he's a good keeper as well.
Good keeper as well.
Wonderful.
So we will make sure we, pay special attention to everyone, but especially these ones that we're going to bring into the fold in terms of our under 13 program. And we have some good talent, I tell you, Andrew.
Yeah.
And I'm confident in saying that the future of our risk cricket is in good hands, and by extension, the West Indies.
Yeah. We'll talk about the West Indies. They're doing pretty well against Bangladesh. In fact, if they win this game, they would have won the ODI series. As you know, the West Indies went 11 games losing to Bangladesh, and they won on the weekend. Bangladesh made 227. Just update you in a minute as to the West Indies' response to that score. So Bangladesh making 227. The West Indies are 56 without loss in 10 overs and 3 balls. Lewis is 21 and Brandon King 31. So they require another 172 runs in 39 overs and 2 balls. They should go on to win this game quite comfortably, one would think. And if they win, they would win the series. Congratulations to them. So then Bangladesh 227. And we note with interest that Jaden Seals among the wickets, the big fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago, 4 for 22 from 9. And Moti, the left arm spinner, 2 for 36 from 10. So good effort on the part of the West Indies.
Yes, it shows you that Seals, who played a season or two on the English domestic scene, really have seemed to improved a lot. Really, when our cricketers were going off to England, they were certainly doing very well, and this shows you again why it's so important for our cricketers to play professionally in the UK. But he's really been a different bowler. You look at his lines and his lengths has been really immaculate. He's really improved leaps and bounds.
Yeah, you're right about that. There's no question about it. Of course, in the halcyon days of West Indies cricket, as the West Terrace team needed everyone to get an overthrow. In those days, people like Malcolm Marshall, Joe Garner, Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, all went to England, and it made up a significant difference to their cricket, and certainly produced the goods in some solid performances for the West Indies. It's another wide, 2 wide the off stump, called a wide as well. So the score is 49 for 6, and already there are as many as 30 extras. Interesting.
Yes, normally the extras are pretty heavy, and this is the best thing, this local on the 13 cricket. You know the youngsters, you got to be patient with them. You know, you try to get them to be as accurate as possible. You do a lot of spot bowling, but normally at this level, you get a lot of extras. You'll find some teams that probably get up to 160, and when you look at it, sometimes 70, 40, 50 in terms of extras. So it's early days with these youngsters. We got to, you know, just be patient with them. I know eventually they will get it right.
I have 29 extras, 21 ways, 3 leg bites.
How much extras you got? I got 30. How much you got?
29. My score is 40. Our score here is 45.
That's another wide, very wide the off stump. So Linton is on 6 from 8 balls, and DeMarco Gittins is at the crease with him. He's just trying to do the repair job, but a lot of work to be done because already 14 overs are gone, and Wesley Hall with another 163 for victory, and a rate required of 14.82. They're 52 for 6.
Under pressure somewhat, and this pair will have to stay there really, because at 52 for 6 after 14 overs, Gittins on 2 and Linton on 6 is going to take really a very big repair job for this pair to get anywhere near that 215 runs required for victory. Someone will have to really bat the bottom of the skin here. So far, listen, West Terrace all the way.
Chance for a run out. He's gone. Yes, no situation. And there was Linton going for the single. And there was always danger there. Good return. And umpire Seal didn't have too much difficulty in giving that. Further trouble to Wesley Hall. There's 52 for 7.
So that was a needless run out really. The two batters really couldn't get the communication going. As you rightfully said, yes, no. In the end, it was no for the batter trying to get back into his crease. And he was miles out when the keeper Watson took the bails off. A good return from the outfield. It looked as though it was Neymar Ford. Whistled that return over the top of the stumps. Easy work for keeper Watson. Took the bails off in a hurry. And amazing deals, Wesley Hall. 52 for 7. It sees here the replay. Bang over the stumps. A good return. Good work by Watson. So 52 for 7, really amazing deals, Wesley Hall. Hearing all kinds of contortions. And unless we get some divine intervention, as Harrow was praying for against Pickwick at 4 straight recently, it looks as though it's going to be West Terrace all the way, Andrew.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful return. Good balance. And the ball went over the stumps. The keeper had no difficulty in just whipping the bails off. And even from here, you could see he was short, given by umpire Seal quite correctly as well. So, 52 for 7. Gittins and Harper at the crease now. But you always felt that 215 was going to be a difficult assignment. So two things are wrong for the Wesley Hall school. One, they're losing wickets rapidly. Two, they're not scoring, so that's double trouble because the rate required is over 15 and they've only got 3 wickets left.
Under tremendous pressure, and the pressure is telling even in the running, and they're not sure if they should run or they should stay. And it tells me that West Terrace really doing a fine job so far in creating not only the ball but pressing the field down.
And the lines of West Terrace, pretty good. They've been bang on target. Their fast bowlers have looked good. Left arm spinner who started, Ford was brilliant. In fact, Ford and Corbin doing a very good job. Caelan Corbin, the son of Kyle Corbin, would have played some first-class cricket and was a dominant player at the Lord School. Oh, he's bowled him. More success for West Terrace. Harper departs. More trouble for Wesley Hall. They're 52 for the loss of 8.
In all kinds of trouble here, but you hit the nail on the head, Andrew, when you said 214 made in the first innings by West Terrace. Really suggested to me that was pressure from the beginning. And when the Wesley Hall side, they lost early wickets, really and truthfully, and the main batters did not score. And you see the replay here, bowl down that delivery, bang on target. They've been for so much part of this game. So it told me from the beginning that the Wesley Hall side were going to struggle.
Yeah, I think the ball followed him and might have just got it inside edge as well onto that. But the game is coming to an end rapidly here. Bit of a no contest between Wesley Hall and West Terrace. West Terrace very much in control. And they've done an excellent job. In fact, when you look at Neymar Ford, we were talking about him earlier with his left arm spin in terms of batting, 67. And actually, against Hillaby Turner's Hall, he got 8 wickets for 9 runs. So he's a pretty decent all-rounder.
Yes, and coming to this game, he had 143 runs and 17 wickets coming into this final. So when you add his score today to that, he's going to push pretty hard for most runs in this tournament. So really having a wonderful tournament. The young Neymar Ford, who's indeed one for the future.
So DeMarco Clark is the no batsman. Banner left, Sulman Banner left to see what we can do for the Wesley Hall School. The odds are stacked very heavily against them. And Watts is looking to wrap it up in the sunshine of friendship.
So after 15 overs, the Amazing D's Wesley Hall 53 for 8, 53 for 8. Giddens is on 2, and Clark, he is on 1. So yes, indeed, 53 for 8 would suggest to me, Andrew, that is really all done and dusted here. And really Giddens on 2 and Clark on 1 with so much to do if they're to get anywhere near this 215 for victory. So really, unless something miraculous happens here, it's looking to me like as if it really is going to be West Terrace who will take this one for 2024. The National Sports Council, City of Bridgetown, Herman Griffith on the 13 tournament here at Friendship. Ford is back into the attack from the northern end. Really looking to do the cleanup job, so to speak. 2 wickets remaining. Brought back into the attack to clean up. Again, good line, just outside the off stop. Really, discipline is a key word here that was used today in terms of the bowling from the William Industry West Terrace. They've been good in their lines, they've been good in their lengths, and they continue to be disciplined in their bowling. Again on target, an appeal for LBW. Ford, the umpire, seal, saying not out. That one seemed to be heading down the leg side, and I could look under the tent to my far left where the Wesley Hall posse are there. They're absolutely quiet. You are hearing nothing from them. They're really under the weather here in terms of facing a very big defeat.
I suppose when you look at both teams, certainly in terms of batting, West Terrace much better, but I just like the discipline of their fast bowlers in particular. The spinner, Ford, was good as well, but look at the lines. They've attacked the stumps, they've done a good job, and their captain has also done well in terms of manipulation of his bowlers and field placings as well.
Yes, he certainly led by example, and I've watched a few games with this West Terrace side, and not only are they disciplined, but they play as a unit. They're one of the few teams that they get around the business really quickly, really well. A young captain, Watson, he's always in control. He marshals his troops well. Really, he is one with a really idea about captaincy. And one of the few teams who really play together. If a catch is dropped, they encourage each other all the time. They keep encouraging one another. The players are really well all unit. And from the time I saw this team, I said to myself, this was a team indeed that everyone had to beat. Not only with the discipline in the bowling, they were very good in the batting, and on the field they were excellent.
So 51 for 8. Start of over number 17. Being bowled by young Amir Watts, bowled into DeMarco Gittins. So when you look at it for the Wesley Hall side, nobody getting into double figures. In fact, Roll 6 and Linton 6, the only batsman to get into double figures. And by the way, extras are 31 in a score of 51 for 8.
If you realize in terms of field placings, there's no one on the boundary, and there was no one on the boundary really. Even the third man that is straightish, he is halfway down to the boundary really, and the long on, he is not quite on the boundary, and they're bowling these lines that are squeezing the batters, and the offside field is quite short, so it was a single really, so they find it difficult to score. So from that viewpoint, they have been really disciplined in the bowling, and really I'm very, very impressed from the beginning. Once the tournament was started with the West Terrace side, they really, really performed well in this tournament this year.
So Watts is the bowler. That's 53 for 8. This game should be over pretty soon. Bit of a no contest, really. West Terrace very much in control here. Been given, he missed the full toss. Gittins, given by the umpire. Bangs the bat onto the pad. Further trouble for Wesley Hall. They're 53 for 9. So 53 for 9. This represents a performance worthy of commendation. The West Terrace team just a wicket away, and one of their top performers is back into the attack. This is Neymar Ford. So the many supporters of the West Terrace team. Wow, that's it. That's it. Beautiful piece of bowling by Ford, and West Terrace are the champions in 2024, led by one of their best cricketers in Neymar Ford, and they're celebrating. Look at that. What a performance from the West Terrace team, defending a score of 214. Brilliant, excellent, superb. Congratulations to West Terrace.
Certainly a really good performance by West Terrace. From the beginning, Andrew, when the tournament started, we said, look, this was going to be the team to beat. And they were good all around. Their batting, they were good with their bowling. And they held some wonderful lines. They had a few quickies in there as well, with Neymar, the left-hand spinner. And really, in terms of balance, it was really a good side. And they played the tournament wonderfully. And they really deserve to be winning say today. Coming to the final, again up to 214. And really was an imposing total in the end. And when they got early wickets, the early wickets of the Wesley Hall side, and no doubt, in my opinion, the writing was on the wall. Really, as Linda Yard joins me amidst a celebration at the William Industries West Terrace. Richly deserved to be champions. They played really well from the beginning. Batting to get up to 240, Lyndon, I think was a very, very, very good task. And in the end, the bowling was disciplined enough to restrict a pretty good Wesley Hall side, and really deserved to be winners here today, Lyndon.
Yes, and Wesley Hall dismissed for 53.
of some 17 overs and 1 delivery to lose by a comfortable 162 runs. So many congratulations to Williams Industries West Terrace, and commiserations to the runners-up in the amazing deals, Wesley Hall, who were never in the fight and thought that 214 runs on that wicket dawn was always going to be a tough, tall order. I remember going back to the toss where the Wesley Hall captain would have said that he would have been happy to bowl first, and that being said, when I was on with Joel Manning, we silently thought about it, and on a good batting strip that presented by Anthony Gamboa Young, we always thought that it was easier to bat first here, and having won the toss, they had no hesitation in deciding to bat first, the West Terrace side, and that 214 for 3 off 25 overs, aided by 7-2 extras, always going to be a mountain. And they brought back most of their players from last year, which was very much in their favor, whereas most of the sides in the competition this year would have changed at least maybe 4 to 5 players, and in the end a resounding victory to the West Terrace side. And just let me go through the scorecard. Messiah, he made 4, Roll made 6, Harry made 1, McConney and Altman Smith did not trouble the scores. Gittins got 2, Hines, Harper, Banner did not trouble the scores. Banner not out, and in between there, Watts, he contributed some 1, and the impressive figures for the West Terrace side, going to Ryan Martindale, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 runs, 3 wickets, 2 overs, 1 maiden, and 3 runs and 3 wickets. And I have been joined by the captain of the successful side, momentarily just do a interview with him, just to continue his figures. Nehemiah Ford, 4.1 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Killian Corbin, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 11. Ryan Martindale, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 3. Jazario Adamson Ford, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7. Amir Watts sent down some 3 overs, no maiden, 2 for 6. And just to continue those bowling figures there. Continue those bowling figures, which I shall endeavor to give you momentarily. Trachet Rogers, he sent down 1 over 4, 9 runs, and didn't take a wicket.
Yeah, that's it.
So the scenes are tremendous. There's no question about that. What a performance by a side that came here, certainly not losing a match. And it's my distinct pleasure to speak to the young captain. Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing great.
You're doing, and you should, because you won. Talk to me. How do you feel?
I feel great. The team feels great. You can see them.
Yes, I can see that. They're celebrating, yes. All right, so this morning when you came here, what was going through your mind?
To make my fans proud, to make the Westerners team proud, and to come here and play cricket.
Right. So you won the toss this morning and you decided that you were going to bat first. What was the thinking?
I was thinking I wanted to bat first because the pitch was hard and it was windy.
Right.
It was not windy.
It wasn't windy.
So it would be a good day.
Right. And you had a brilliant start. And that set you up for the victory. Tell me about the pitch. Tell me about the start you had. A partnership of over 100.
That's with the pitch. It was great. It was good. Hard. I won't see. And how I felt at first was nervous
You were nervous. Why were you nervous?
because the ball was swinging
Right.
and I just wanted to make my fans proud.
Right, but your opening partner did a very, very good job. There's no question about that. And when you got that score of over 100, you felt you had enough to win the game?
Yes, please. I got comfortable at the wicket.
You got comfortable at the wicket. The pitch played well? Pretty okay? Right, and your partner, were you talking a lot during that partnership?
Yes, please. He was getting kind of reckless throughout the innings.
Right, indeed. Now, you come from
A cricketing family.
cricketing family. You're about to say it. Tell us.
My grandfather is Michael World.
Your grandfather, Michael Worrell. He must be very, very proud indeed.
Yes, please. He was here.
He was here, so he saw you. So what, did you talk this morning?
They talked.
Yourself with Michael, did you talk to your granddad this morning?
No, he just came and watched.
Oh, he just came and watched. But does he give you support? Does he
Yes,
give
please.
you advice?
Yes, please.
Right indeed. So with that kind of a score on the board, 214, you had a very good start. I saw young Ford bowling, left arm spin, and also Corbin, whose father, of course, is Kyle Corbin, Kalen Corbin, and they gave you the perfect start because they got wickets regularly.
Kalen Corbin and Neymar Ford, they can set the tone for the
They can set the tone, yes, indeed. Right, and in the end, you won comfortably.
Yes,
Were you
please.
surprised that you won so easy?
No, please. We believe we come together as a family.
As a family, isn't that great, wonderful, and a good Christmas gift as well for your school? I'm sure that all of those at West Terrace will be quite happy with the performance. Your head teacher, your teachers would be very happy. What do you have to say to them?
I have to say, hi teachers, Miss Jones.
Miss Jones?
I did this for you.
Oh, say that again. Miss Jones, I did this for you.
Miss Jones, I did this for you.
Now talk to me. How old are you now?
I'm 10.
Okay, do you want to play cricket professionally?
Yes, please.
Okay, who's your favorite cricketer?
Joe.
Why is Joe Root your favorite cricketer? Tell me.
He's right-handed and he comes in at third and he just top the ball.
Right.
Score.
Okay, so you like Joe Root. Is there any West Indian cricketer that you like?
Sheho.
Sheho. What do you like, Sheho?
Sheho, he's right-handed too.
He's right-handed.
And he's just, when he, at the start, he just play.
Right.
At the end, he's go aggressive.
Okay, right. Okay. So what do you have to say to all the fans who are here? You've got a lot of support. Certainly your teachers are here. What do you have to say to them about the victory?
Yeah, all the supporters and fans, we did this for you.
We did this for you. And I want to thank you for coming to the microphones. Any celebrations for the night with your family and the school?
Yeah, Chompers.
Okay. Oh, you're going to Champers?
Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? That was very well planned, of course. Beautiful indeed. So it's really good to have you. Just keep holding the mic. And look at all those lovely people there supporting you. Do you know anyone there at all?
Yes, please, Miss Shopman.
Miss Trotman is your teacher? Yes, of course.
She's not
And
my
she-
teacher.
Oh, she's not your teacher?
She's a teacher at our school.
Okay, well, she's my niece, of course, and that's why we support you today. That's my sister's daughter, so that's why I support you. I want to thank you for coming to the microphones. It's been an absolute pleasure. Your leader, I saw you set in the field. You had your tight field set, and your bowling manipulations were good. What do you want to say to your bowlers?
Just keep the ball on the stump.
Keep the ball in the stumps.
You are going to bowl away sometimes,
Right.
not all the time.
And not all the time. And those balls that were on the stumps, you got wickets because a lot of the batsmen were bowled.
That's me.
All right. Well, I'm not going to keep you any longer. Enjoy your time at Champers, and we wish you all the best. Merry Christmas to you, and I'm sure all of those at West Terrace will be quite pleased with your performance.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. And you need to tell everyone your name,
Ronnie Watson.
and you also have to tell people again that you come from a family where Michael Worrell, of course, almost played for the West Indies, and that is a good influence, isn't it? All right, so thanks to you, young Ronnie, for coming and talking to us. It's been a pleasure to have this young man, the captain of the winning side. There's no doubt about this. They were very dominant, the West Terrace School. We wish them all the success, and we want to say that it's been an absolute pleasure doing this broadcast. Stay with us, because when we come back, we're going to have the presentation. Don't you move a muscle.
Thank you.
gentlemen, thank you for staying and welcome to the fourth presentation. I would like to acknowledge the Right Honorable Minister of Youth Sport and Community Empowerment, the Acting Director of the National Sports Council, Mr. Emerson Bascom, the Assistant Director of the National Sports Council, Mr. Ryan Toppin, the Senior Coach of the Sports Council, Mr. Robinson, fellow coaches of the National Sports Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Oliver Lovell, and I am presenting the trophies for the sixth competition that went earlier this year. And then directly after I'm finished, Mr. Joe Allen will join you in making the presentations for the National Sports Council, City of Bridgetown, Herman, Griffith. I also the chairman of the National Sports Council, Mr. Michael Fingal. First of all, I'm going to start with the best male for the 66, and that's no other than Lion Bruce. I'm going to ask who is the National Sports Council presentation. Thank you, Ryan. Stay with us. Ryan, stay with us. We want to have to present the person who has the best motivators, and that person was none other than Keshawn Norville of Terrace, and he got 4 wickets for 2 runs. Norville here, a representative from the All Saints Primary School. Miss Bruce is going to accept on behalf, is she? Oh. No, no. We're going to have the prize now. The most runs, I'm going to add, the most wickets, Kurt Wilkinson, Code National Sports Council, to make this presentation. The most wickets goes to Avery Boyce. Every boy from St. Cyprian fights for the most wickets in the 6-6 competition. Every boy, St. Cyprian. Representative from St. Cyprian. If there's none, Kurt, please stay with us. You're going to present the trophy for the most runs. And the most runs goes to Dory Graves, a good shepherd, 161. 161 runs. Well done, young man. So then we will move to the MVP. Of the tournament, 6 for 6, and Terrace's Neymar Ford. And to present that trophy is Mr. Sherwin Campbell, our own Sherwin Campbell, 50% and 91 days international. Mr. Sherwin Campbell. Mr. Jeremy John, Cricket Coach, National Sports Council, you are going to present the trophy for runners-up in the 6 tournament, no other than Good Shepherd Primary School. Good Shepherd, the medals. For the winners and our coordinator for this year, hard working for he topping. I'm sure he lost about 2 pounds this year, but he did a magnificent job, a wonderful job. First of all, I want you all to give the young man a round of applause. He did a tremendous job. I'm impressed with him. Well done, Mr. Topping. And that, in terms of the winners, goes to no other than West Terrace Primary School. So there you have it, the winners of the 6x6 softball competition. I really continue to do well at the Williams Industries West Primary School. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So, West Terrace, champions. What a performance. So, Joel Manning, one of our commentators.
Protocols having been established, we now begin the presentation for the COB Cooperative Credit Union Limited Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Competition 2024. I'd like to invite the marketing manager, Marcus Myers, of COB Cooperative Credit Union Limited, to deliver those remarks.
So, Marcus Myers will come forward. We'll try and see if we can hear him. I know we have one or two little technical challenges. Let's see if we can hear Marcus.
Everybody's Wesley Hall? Hall? How you doing? Other side? Wesley Hall. Let's keep some noise. As sponsor, I must say, on behalf of COB, that energy right there, that is one of the main reasons that drove us from the very beginning of this year to come on board for the competition this year. Because not only is it the future of cricket, but it also symbolizes what would have happened before and standing on the shoulders of a person such as Herman Griffith to get to this point too, right? The cultural significance of what is happening in this environment right now, on this right now, is something that is invigorating. Because COB, of course, it is known for financial education, financial empowerment, etc. We also want to have holistic citizens of society that also invest in their sportsmanship, and the display of sportsmanship we saw today is something that I can say truly is what we exactly wanted this year. And I want to applaud everybody. Round of applause to everyone who. So what I want to say on behalf of COB again, that we are committed to sportsmanship. We are committed to this holistic of bringing and raising these young Barbadians into the citizens that we want to see. And COB will always be here to support. So thank you very much. And I want to say also thank you for the sponsors, of course. Sponsor house is still commend everyone that came on board as well. Sponsors, I want to commend the parents, because I saw some people here today that I honestly, if I had to be on that field, I would get mad. I would get mad shit. So I just want to say thank you, everybody. The development that really culminated here today is something that we applaud, and we will always support. So thank you, everybody, from COB to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you, of course, to COB for this partnership and for this sponsorship in 2024. We move now to the Honourable Charles Griffith, Minister of Sports, Youth and Community Empowerment, to deliver his remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're going to hear this afternoon.
for sponsoring this particular tournament. I think from the inception, COB were on board in terms of this year's competition. I also want to say thank you for my hard-working staff at the National Sports Council who put together the tournament every single year. I think they're doing a fantastic job. Now, I see this tournament as the incubator for cricket on Island. It's been growing from strength to strength, and you would have seen here today the talent that was displayed by the youngsters. And I think that Wesley Hall, you have nothing to be sad about. You function the way how you were supposed to. You brought all of these spectators to the location. And I want to say to the young cricketers that one of the things that we're doing within the ministry at Blenheim, the old National Sports Council facility, we are in the process of finalizing a cricket academy at that particular location. Plans are well on the way. We have 5 practice pitches in place. We have the bowling machines, and soon we will launch that particular location. It is evident from what I saw on display today that a lot of the guys in this tournament had coaching outside. And I want to use the opportunity, because I was under the tent, and I want to use this opportunity to request or to ask teams who function within communities with primary schools that members of those teams come out and assist the primary schools so that our cricket can be strong at the junior level. And if it is strong at junior, it can only progress to the higher level to be strong as well. This is indeed a fantastic evening for cricket in Barbados. I want to congratulate West Stars for a job well done. You guys played like champions, and the results show that. So it is not for me to have a lot of long talk, just to say that this tournament will continue on the National Sports Council. We will sit immediately and have a post-mortem to see how we can strengthen this and how we can make things better going forward next year. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griffith. We move now into the awards portion, and we begin with the zone winners. I'd like to invite Mr. Ryan Nurse to present these awards. Zone winners in this year's Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Competition, Zone A, Wesley Hall Primary School. The captain, Samuel, will come forward to collect. For Zone B, it is Bailey's Primary School. Is there a representative from Bailey's here today? Okay, we move to Zone C, West Terrace Primary School. Zone D, St. Cyprian's Primary School. St. Cyprian's Boys School, in fact. No representative here from St. Cyprian's. Doesn't seem that way. Zone E, All Saints Primary School. Not seeing a representative either. And Zone F, St. Gabriel School. Thank you very much, Mr. Nurse. I now invite Mr. Dave Marshall to present the most outstanding wicketkeeper. Most outstanding wicketkeeper from Williams Industries West Terrace Primary, Ronnie Watson. And now we move to a special award presentation to Mr. Adrian Donovan. Not here. And now to the umpires for today, who played an important role. We want to say thank you to all of them. So now a special presentation to our umpires. They had a good time out in the sun, and this match would not be possible without all three of them. So, gentlemen, we say thank you for your service and your commitment and dedication to the sport, and to allow these young men to have a good time out there as well. I now invite Mr. Sherwin Campbell, former West Indies player and coach here at the National Sports Council, to deliver the award for the most runs. Amassing 256 runs from Williams Industries West Terrace, it is Neymar Ford. I invite you to stay there, Sharon. We move now to the batter with the highest individual score. With the highest individual score, it is Jasper King of St. Gabriel School, 97 not out versus George Lamming Primary. St. Gabriel's. No, of the St. Gabriel School, but versus George Lamming Primary. Had me doubting myself for a second. Thank you very much. We move now to the bowler with the most wickets. That will be presented by Mr. Kurt Wilkinson. And this year, we in fact have two bowlers with the most wickets in this year's competition. That number, that magic number, is 18. Neymar Ford of Williams Industries West Terrace, and Samuel Harry of Amazing Deals Wesley Hall. We now move to the best individual bowling performance. It is Neymar Ford of West Terrace with his figures of 8 for 9 versus Hillaby Turner's Hall Primary. And we invite Dominic Drakes to make the presentation. Thank you very much, Dominic. I'm sure that young man to you. I now invite Jeremy John to make the presentation to the most outstanding female. The most outstanding female from Eden Lodge Primary, Zanaya Bruce. Thank you very much. I now invite Kirk Edwards, former West Indies and Barbados Test batsman, to make the presentation to the most valuable player. With runs, wickets, and overall impact, today the most valuable player is Neymar Ford of Williams Industries West Terrace. I now invite Mr. Watson to make the presentation for the player of the match. Sorry, in fact, no, the player of the match. is Ronnie Watson. My apologies. And now I invite Kirk Edwards to make the presentation. And now we go on to the presentation of medals to today's runners-up. Runners-up for today. Amazing Deals, Wesley Hall. To present those medals, I invite Mr. Emerson Bascom. Gentlemen of Wesley Hall, I've been asked to inform you that you have COB accounts inside of those bags. So please do not lose them. Please do not throw them away. And account for all of you gentlemen for your hard work and for being this year's runners-up. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you very much for playing a major part in this year's tournament. I now invite the Business Liaison Associate, Mr. Akeem Nero, to present the medals to today's winners. Breaking a 9-year drought, ladies and gentlemen, it is Williams Industries, West Terrace. Don't go too far, gentlemen, because very soon you'll have your chance to celebrate with that trophy. And that trophy today will be presented by Mr. Charles Griffith, Minister of Sports and Community Empowerment. So gentlemen from West Terrace, go ahead. You can all join now in front of that banner. Your moment to celebrate. They came into this undefeated and they leave the tournament undefeated. Your champions for 2024, it is Williams Industries, West Terrace. A hearty congratulations to all of you gentlemen. Your moment in the spotlight. Yeah, you deserve to celebrate. They made it back to this year's final. Thank you, gentlemen. Just one more award to be presented today. We'll let you get your quick photo there, gentlemen. Once again, congratulations to West Terrace, this year's champions, the COB, Cooperative Credit Union Limited, Herman Griffith Primary School Cricket Competition 2024.
So, all right then, thanks to Joel Mannon for doing the presentation. Congratulations to the West Terrace team for quite a dominant performance. There's no question about that. In fact, they won the toss this morning. We started at 10:30, and it was a situation where they made 240. You always felt that was going to be enough. In the end, they won comfortably by 161 runs, led by their captain, who we spoke to earlier. He was simply brilliant, not only in terms of his leadership, but certainly in terms of his interview. And I'm sure that all of the folks at West Terrace, led of course by the head teacher, the teachers came, the many students came, and we had a wonderful time here at the Friendship Club. In terms of those who participated, of course the commentators, we want to thank you. Joel Mannon doing a wonderful job with the presentation. Thanks to the National Sports Council, we heard from them. Mr. Robinson was very much on. And of course, COB, we heard from Akeem Nero doing a wonderful job. We can't forget the work of the Barbados Cricket Association, because they were very much in partnership with the National Sports Council and of course COB in ensuring that we were able to see this on the stream of the Barbados Cricket Association, and of course our friends at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, thanks to Mr. Pearson Boyne and his wonderful team. So for the final time, we hope you enjoyed this broadcast half as much as we enjoyed presenting to you. Merry Christmas to all. And I can't leave without saying that it was the West Terrace team that won, and won big. Andrew Mason saying goodbye.